Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Israel has detected that Iran has launched missiles at Israel. So we want to get you updates on the situation. This comes after Israel, hours ago, carried out strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, Lebanon, against Hezbollah targets there. So I have a shot up. I'm going to put two shots up on the screen. Although remember, Israel does not allow press to show incoming missiles or rockets. So I assume if missiles are actually flying through the sky that these feeds will be cut. Just a reminder. But let's get you some updates here. And just give me a second. I need to get everything on the screen here. Thanks for your patience. And are we now going to see a restart of the Iran war in kind of full fighting effect, as opposed to the ceasefire that's been going on for months now? Okay, so and just to show you here, this was about 15 minutes ago or so. Israel had announced that the IDF had detected missiles launched from Iran towards the territory of Israel. Defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. There was a preliminary safety order sent to people's mobile phones in the relevant areas. So hang on a moment here. Let me get the latest update. Sorry, I have to just check everything and see what's being reported coming out of Israel. Oops. And I need to do this. Where did that go? Oh, the Haifa camera just went down. The Haifa camera just went down. Oh, Israeli military says their air defense has intercepted up to now all the missiles that were launched from Iran. Breaking news. Israel says that the air defense has intercepted up to now all the missiles that were launched from Iran. This was just posted by the Israeli military, just posted right now by Avichai Adri. He just posted this. The air defense has intercepted up to now all the missiles that were launched from Iran. That just got posted right now from the Israeli military, okay? Just posted right now. So keep that in mind and give me a moment here. But that was a quick update. What you're seeing is early warning in Israel on the radar for northern Israel on so far red alert. That's an early missile warning. For northern Israel. Again, Israel says it has so far shot down all the missiles launched at Israel, but this is an early warning for northern Israel. That's probably why our Haifa camera went down, because the press is not allowed to show live shots when the missiles are coming in, or rockets. This is early warning according to so far alert. We have early warnings in the northern Israel. Again, all missiles so far have been shot down, but there have been new launches, and that's what Israel is looking to shoot down now. is the new launches. Sirens to the north. And again, I have a HiFi-Cam, but the HiFi-Cam is not on because of the fact that the press is not allowed to show the live shots of rockets or missiles coming in. That's an Israeli government mandate. So we'll see if Israel also shoots down missiles that are heading now towards northern Israel. But I guess from what it looks like, the first batch of missiles shot at Israel, Israel says they have shot those down. Ariel Oserin, he is with I-24 News. He says that Israel shot down the initial several missiles that were fired from Iran at Israel. And now we have some more fired, indeterminate number, at northern Israel. Again, this comes after hours ago, Israel launched some attacks in the southern suburbs of Beirut on Hezbollah targets in response to Hezbollah attacks. And Iran had said before that that was a red line of sorts for them if Israel were to launch attacks in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So again, first round of missiles shot down. This is the second round. Now, Shin from Iran is reporting air activity in Iran. Shin is reporting. There's reports from Shin of air defense activity right now in Iran. So we'll keep an update on that as well. Give me 1 second here. What I'm going to do is just move this over. Again, a second round has been fired of missiles toward Israel after the first round was shot down. And again, I don't have a live shot of northern Israel right now. Israel does not allow live shots showing missiles or rockets going through the air. But what I'll put up right now is this. Hang on, let's get this up on the screen for you. Oh, the HiFi-Cam is back. I'm sorry, the HiFi-Cam is back now. Give me a moment. The HiFi-Cam just came back. I don't know what that means. Maybe, I don't know if that means the thread is over, because the HiFi-Cam is back up right now. I can see it. Yes, so the thread is gone from the map. The thread is gone from the map. It's not up all there on the so far red alert map. And the HiFi-Cam is back up. Has Israel shot those missiles down? That's what I'm wondering. Because again, we now have that the camera's back up and the so far map does not show any missile alerts. I think we have maybe a statement from Iran right now. I have to dig that up. Let's see. There's a statement from Iran. Statement from Iran. Statement from Iran right now. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you. Give me a quick moment here. Here is the statement from Iranian Revolutionary Guard right now. In response, Ramat David Air Base targeted by ballistic missiles, public relations of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In response to the widespread crimes of the usurping Israeli regime in southern Lebanon and the widespread killing and displacement of the oppressed people of Tyre and Nabatea, Lebanon, and other places, including the Beirut suburbs, Israel's Ramat David Air Base, the source of these aggressions, was targeted by ballistic missiles from the IRGC Aerospace Force. Our acceptance of the ceasefire on April 9th was conditional on a ceasefire on all fronts. However, as always, America and the Israeli regime did not adhere to their commitment, continuing both aggression and crimes in Lebanon and violating the ceasefire by repeatedly attacking Iranian shores and vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, the Sea of Oman, and the Indian Ocean. Tonight's operation was a warning. And if the aggressions are repeated, the responses will be broader and will encompass all American-Israeli targets in the region. So this is a new statement where they say tonight's this has been a warning to the U.S. and Israel. So this is a new statement from Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Says Iran targeted an air base in Israel with missiles. Says this is a warning to the U.S. and Israel. And if the aggressions are repeated, the responses will be broader. Hold on a moment. I know you can't see that anymore. Hang on. Now that I can't put that up on the screen for you, let me just get this on the screen for you one more time. So again, statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard right there. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Okay, hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. So again, Iran says that Iran says it launched Iran's IRGC says it launched missiles at Israel as a warning. Now, what will the response be to this? Okay, update. Well, I don't know if that's, I'm going to hold off on that. Give me a second. Let me just make sure here. Did Israel say, yes, Israel says that the warning for northern Israel, the latest missile warning, that event is over. So there was a second, remember there were, as far as I'm aware, there were 2 batches of missiles fired at Israel. And the first one was shot down, and the second one we have now heard that that event is over. Give me a moment here. I'm looking for an update from the Israeli Defense Force. Oh, update. Hey guys, Trey Yinks just posted with Fox News. Trey Yinks just posted this. Trey Yinks from Fox News says, spoke with President Trump. We'll have more on Fox News in a few minutes. President Trump told Fox News, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. I'm gonna say this again. Trey Yinks from Fox just posted this, and I believe this means he just talked to President Trump. Trey Yinks from Fox News says, spoke with President Trump, and President Trump told Fox News, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Does that mean that a big response is not coming? I don't know. From the U.S.? How about Israel? Give me a moment here. I'm just trying to get something on the screen for myself. Hang on. Trey Yinks is on Fox right now. Let's see. Yes, he's saying it right now. The president is calling again. Trey Yinks is on Fox right now, and he's saying this. All right. Trey Yinks says, President Trump, Trey Yinks says Trump said he is not happy about the Israeli strikes in Beirut today. And he's calling on the Iranians to stop firing missiles and get back to the negotiating table. That's from Trey Yinks at Fox News. So we'll have to see. Oops, hold on. We'll have to see if we have, is Israel going to respond in some way to Iran launching missiles at it? They usually would. Are they going to? Will President Trump tell them not to do it? Will it be a limited response? Will Israel and the U.S. respond together? Guy Azriel of I-24 News English. Guy Azriel of I-24 News English says, following Iran's attack on Israel, an Israeli official tells me there will be a response. Iran will not get away with this quietly. Okay, that's from Guy Azriel of I-24 News Israel. He says, following Iran's attack on Israel, an Israeli official tells me there will be a response. Iran will not get away with this quietly. And Israel's Khan News, hang on a moment here. Oh, hold on. N12 News Israel says, first of all, just some news from Israel. School tomorrow is canceled throughout the country, from what I'm seeing. No reports of casualties so far, says N12. And hang on. N12 News says the commander of the Iranian armed forces said any retaliation against Iran will be met with a crushing and regrettable response. So again, Trey Yingst from Fox News says he talked to President Trump, and President Trump said, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough, get back to the table and make a deal. Now, I haven't seen conclusively. Breaking news. Manny Fabian, who's a military news correspondent with Times of Israel. I assume he is getting this from the Israeli military. Oh, did the Israeli military post a statement? Hold on a second. Maybe they posted themselves. I haven't seen the statement from them directly myself. Yes, the IDF says that everybody, you can leave protected spaces in all areas across the country. Okay, that's from the IDF. You can leave protected spaces in all areas across the country. Oh, hey guys. Yes. So according to Manny Fabian, this must be based on. Yes, Manny Fabian, I assume he is getting this from the military. He reports, check this out, Iran launched around 10 ballistic missiles at northern Israel in several salvos over the past hour. All of the missiles were intercepted or struck open areas. All of the missiles were intercepted or struck open areas. Iran fires around 10 missiles at Israel. No reported damage. Oops, there's a reported typo. So now, how is Israel going to respond to this? Again, we have a report from Trey Yingst that President Trump, his quote that Trey Yingst said was, sorry about that. Let me get this off the screen right here. President Trump told Trey Yingst, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. I find it hard to believe Israel will do nothing in response to 10 missiles being shot at Israel. But again, for the moment, the threat is over because the Israeli Defense Force did say that hold on a second here, that people could leave Where is that post? I saw that post. Is that not there anymore? I just read it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's right here. Here's what the Israeli Defense Force said about 5 minutes ago. Following the situational assessment, the Home Front Command has announced that it is now permitted to leave protected spaces in all areas across Israel and to remain near them. The public is requested to follow the Home Front Command instructions. Hang on a moment here. Now, give me a moment. I want to take some comments. I just want to get you the latest updates here. So all right. So the live shot has ended from, no live from Tel Aviv anymore. The live from Tel Aviv is over. So we'll go with the live from Haifa for now, just to have it on the screen. I don't expect to be seeing much there right this moment, but we'll put it on the screen anyway for you. Hang on a moment here. This is Haifa, Israel. A little smaller here. A report of anti-aircraft activity in Iran from Shin. Shin, who I follow, who passes along reports in Iran, just reported anti-aircraft air defense activity in Isfahan province, Iran. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see. I will keep an eye out for other reports coming in from Iran. Oh, hey guys, Iran has closed airspace in the western part of the country. Breaking news. Iran has closed airspace in the western part of the country. Closes airspace in the western part of the country. Let me show you this. Breaking news. Here is the post from Iranian state media. Flights in the west of the country were suspended. A spokesman for the Civil Aviation Organization announced the closure of the western part of Iran's airspace until further notice. So Iran has closed its airspace in the western part of the country. Okay. Really quick, let me just thank our moderators really quickly here. Ruth, Beth Mythical, Roberts May Queen on YouTube. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Debbie BJG as well. Give me a moment here. We will have more updates in 1 second. Also, our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. And Hang on a moment here. Kay Lowry Body over on Facebook, Shannon Davis Hughes, Michael Fergal, and any other moderators I might be missing, thank you. So again, Iran has closed airspace in the western part of the country as we wait to see, will Israel carry out a retaliation for Iran firing missiles at Israel, which were all shot down or landed in open areas. Give me a moment. Give me a quick moment here. Thanks for your patience. Bringing you the latest updates. Oh, Fox News says Trump said, we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week, and now this takes place. That's according to Fox News. Hold on a moment here. Fox News. Trump says, so again, Trump says we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week, and now this takes place. And then you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. All right, so again, I want to read you that one more time. This is what President Trump said, according to Fox News. So Fox News says, Trump said to them, he said, we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. And now this takes place. And then he suggested to Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. If you're wondering, where is the... Sorry, I know there's a lot going on right now. But where is the... Regarding, oil market, the oil market opens, remember, the oil market is closed and the oil market opens, guys, in about at 6 Eastern time in about 2 hours. The oil market opens. For whatever it's worth, just to show you this, I can't show you the oil market. I'm looking at Bitcoin, and Bitcoin in the last hour or so has gone, I mean, it was at about 62,200 and now it's about 61,500 for whatever that's worth. That's from TradingView right there. Let's try to get some more updates from the region. Again, Iran has closed the western part of its airspace. Oh, Barack Ravid has quotes now from Trump? Hold on a moment here. Breaking news. Breaking news. Barack Ravid of Axios reports, President Trump tells me I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. Again, this is from Barack Ravid. He just posted this 3 minutes ago. President Trump tells Barack Ravid, I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. Barack Ravid also says that an Israeli official told him Israel is going to retaliate to the Iranian attack. Allistic says he may call late. Let's see. Hold on a moment here. So, how is this going to play out now? How is Israel going to respond to this? Again, President Trump is putting out statements saying he does not want an Israeli, suggesting he does not want an Israeli response, and that he wants negotiations to continue. He told Fox News that before these missile launches, he said, he told Fox News, he said, we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week, and now this takes place. And he also said, you've shot your missiles to Iran. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Shin is reporting GPS jamming in Iran. So again, the big question right now is, what is going to happen? Hey, let's do a quick flash poll. A quick flash poll. Will Israel attack Iran in retaliation? Yes or no? Flash poll right now. I'm going to post it in the chat right now. Hang on, I got to get I posted it 2 places. I got to post it the 3rd place. I want to update the headline too. Then I'll show you what you guys are saying. Oopsie. Okay, so real quick, here's a look at you guys thinking about what to say. There you are, thinking about the poll. Okay, now let's actually show you the poll results. Here are the poll results from our new poll. Oops, I have to do this real quick. Bear with me. I have to get it so I can see the poll results so I can show them to you. Okay, done. Done. Now, on YouTube, my question to you is, will Israel attack Iran in retaliation for these missiles? On YouTube, 84% of people say yes. 84%. On Facebook, 88% say yes. Now on Twitch, it is 82% say yes on Twitch. So a sizable majority right now are saying yes. Remember, Barak Ravid says that President Trump said he's going to call Netanyahu right now and say, don't attack Iran. All right, thank you for voting in our poll. I'll leave it up there for another second. But again, most of you, 84% on both Twitch and YouTube now, think Israel will attack in retaliation. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. And let me real quick, I got to thank a couple people. I want to thank a couple people here. Hey, thanks for your support. Benny Hill, CJ Lars, our member Haruna Q, Aussie Metalmate, Sherry94, our member Alfonso Colmer, Lordoc, Skywalker, A380 Smarty, thanks for being a member. Jay Dizzy, thanks for being a member. Billy Cusack, thank you. Fast Speak, Melody, JCO3, Jesus UCSB, Gary0418, our member, Ada Gedden, our member, and Raphael Legond. Thanks for your support. I appreciate it. Also, thanks so much. Louis R. gave either 50 or 100 people, it says here 100. That's a lot of memberships. I think Louis gave 100 people memberships. That's so nice of Louis R. Thank you, Louis R., for your support. Very kind of you. Sorry to just thank you now. Things have been a bit busy. And also, thanks on Twitch to Guy from the 207, Brava Alpha Echo, Jan Joel, Big Dog Gaming, 60 Diane, OP Anton. Thank you for your support. Now, hang on a moment here. Let's get you updates as we're waiting to see if Israel retaliates at Iran. Hillel Bitten Rosen from Channel 14, Israel, said tonight is one of the greatest tests of leadership for Netanyahu. Thanks, FJ, for pointing that out. And hang on a moment. Give me a quick moment here. Now, I'm seeing that Iraq closed its airspace here. Hang on. Iraq closed its airspace. Remember, thanks to Faytux News and others for posting about that. I'll show you. I'm going to show you that actual that closure. Bear with me for a second while I pull that up here. Iran has closed the western part of the airspace in the country, airspace in the western part of the country, whereas Iraq apparently has closed their airspace. All right, today is the 7th of June. Yes, right here. Hold on. I can see it in front of me, right there. It says, hold on. Airspace, Baghdad FIR closed due to ops reasons. Right there. From June 7th, starting at, this would be already started. It would have been about 40 minutes ago. That would be 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time, about 40 minutes ago, and it goes for several days. Yeah, the Baghdad FIR is Iraqi airspace. So this is a Iraqi airspace closure that just came into effect about 40 minutes ago. That was just announced. Now, what I'm going to do real quick. Then another question is if Israel launches a retaliation at Iran, what does Iran do? Oh, the IDF spokesperson is supposed to say something shortly. Give me a moment here. Hey guys, hold on a second. Israeli army statement coming up, but I think it might end up being in Hebrew. But maybe it'll be in both. Hold on, wait a second here. Hold on. This is in Israel. Somewhere in Israel. We don't know where that location is, where this briefing is taking place. Unknown location, Israel. But that is supposed to be a statement from the Israeli military. But I think it might end up being in Hebrew, but maybe it'll be in both. Maybe they'll have it in Hebrew and English. I don't know. We'll have to see. That is supposed to happen shortly. So what I was saying, though, is remember, Iran said that in their statement, Iran said that their missile firing was a warning. And Iran said that if the aggressions are repeated, the responses will be broader and will encompass all of the Israeli-American targets in the region. Now, I don't know if that will apply to Israel responding to these missile strikes, but yeah, I mean, they said that Iran said that their acceptance of the ceasefire. Let me show you the Iranian statement. This was the statement from Iran about these missiles, and they said that they targeted an air base in Israel with ballistic missiles. They said in response to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said in response to the widespread crimes of the usurping Israeli regime in southern Lebanon and the widespread killing and displacement of the oppressed people of Tyre and Nabatea regions in Lebanon and other places in Lebanon, including the Beirut suburbs, Ramat David Air Base in Israel, the source of these aggressions was targeted by ballistic missiles from the IRGC Aerospace Force. Our acceptance of the ceasefire on April 9th was conditional on a ceasefire on all fronts. However, as always, America and the Israeli regime did not adhere to their commitment, continuing both aggression and crimes in Lebanon and violating the ceasefire by repeatedly attacking Iranian shores and vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, the Sea of Oman, and the Indian Ocean. Tonight's operation was a warning. And if the aggressions are repeated, the responses will be broader and will encompass all American-Israeli targets in the region. So that is what Iran said about these missile firings. Neeks Bandalas, our viewer, says, oh no, here we go again. Hey, thanks Stormy Dude for the membership. Stormy gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Thank you. Also, the Cool Tube, Hippie Mimi, Rocco Italia, Belfast Stargazer, Rabid White Rabbit, Pete Finn, Eric Ortega, Fiona Diamond, JJ Carver, Gayla S., Andrew Schlegel, and Octavia. Thank you. All right, let's try to get you. So we're waiting for the statement from Israel. Oh, hold on a second. Barak Ravid said, more quotes from Barak Ravid talking to Donald Trump. So as I mentioned to you, Barak Ravid of Axios said President Trump told him, I'm calling Netanyahu right now and telling him to not attack Iran. I'm going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back at Iran. More quotes from Trump, from Barak Ravid. Trump told Barak Ravid, the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hold on a second. The statement's about to start, but maybe somebody can translate it.
לילה טוב. לפני זמן קצר, משטר הטרור האיראני שיגר טילים לעבר שטח מדינת ישראל. נערכנו לכך. צה"ל ערוך חזק בהגנה וחזק בהתקפה. מערכות ההגנה האווירית פרוסות בכל רחבי הארץ. בשעה זו הרמטכ"ל מקיים הערכת מצב עם פורום המטה הכללי ומאשר תוכניות להמשך. משטר הטרור האיראני ביצע טעות חמורה כאשר בחר פעם נוספת בטרור. המשטר מנסה לייצר משוואה חדשה, כאשר הוא מבצע ירי ישיר לשטחנו בתגובה לתקיפות צה"ל בדחיה. אנחנו לא נאפשר זאת. תקפנו בדחיה בעקבות הירי הבלתי פוסק של חיזבאללה לעבר יישובי הצפון. צה"ל ימשיך לפעול בכל רחבי לבנון ויעמיק את הפגיעה בארגון הטרור חיזבאללה. לא נאפשר המשך ירי לעבר אזרחי מדינת ישראל.
He says the Iranian terrorist regime made a serious mistake, says N12.
אנחנו ערוכים לאפשרות של ירי נוסף לעברנו. מערכות ההגנה שלנו מצוינות, אבל ההגנה אינה הרמטית. המשיכו לנהוג באחריות ובקור רוח, כפי שעשיתם עד כה. אנחנו כבר מנוסים. אנחנו נוקטים את כל הצעדים הנדרשים כדי להבטיח את ביטחון.
He says we are prepared for the possibility of further firing at us, says N12.
לילה טוב.
Oh, not a long statement. Okay, I can tell you, here's what they said. Well, two things he said were, according to N12, the Iranian terrorist regime made a serious mistake. He said, we are prepared for the possibility of further firing at us. And what else did he say? I am seeing those being reported as two of the things he said. It was not a long statement. Let's see if I can get any other reports about what he said. hang on a second here. I will say Yediot News said the IDF said we will not allow Iran to create a new equation with Lebanon. So according to Yediot News, he said, a bunch of outlets said the IDF just said the Iranian terrorist regime made a serious mistake. We're prepared for the possibility of them firing further at our country. And also, we will not allow Iran to create a new equation with Lebanon. Oh, now hold on a second here. I will say no damage reported yet. I have heard of no damage reports yet from the Iranian missiles. Trying to fit everything on the screen here. Oh, update. Okay, so I guess this was, hey guys, I guess this was in the speech too. All right, hold on. This I had not seen reported yet. Yeah, that was we just heard Effie Defrin speak. So here is what Effie Defrin said according to Manny Fabian. He said, following Iran's ballistic missile attack on Israel, the IDF spokesman who we just heard, Effie Defrin, said that Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir is conducting an assessment and is approving plans for the future. The Iranian terror regime made a grave mistake, he says. Defrin adds that the IDF is prepared for additional missile fire from Iran on Israel. So he didn't say we're definitely going to retaliate now. I want to just, Iran fired around 10 missiles at Israel. No damage reported yet. Will Israel retaliate? Okay, so we saw the Israeli army statement. We are bringing you live updates here. Oh, Barack Ravid, I'm sorry. I wanted to mention. Here are some quotes from President Trump from Barack Ravid. Barack Ravid says, more quotes from my phone call with President Trump. Barack Ravid said, Trump said, the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. Trump added, we are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what is happening now. Trump stressed, I am going to call Bibi right now and tell him not to retaliate. Each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. That is from President Trump. Barack Ravid says that is what President Trump told him. Now, normally, Israel definitely would want to launch a retaliation for Iran firing missiles at it. But we'll have to see what happens with President Trump saying he does not want this happening. He wants it to stop now. Our viewer Tatsiki says, can't imagine no Israeli response. Could it be some kind of token response? I am checking for updates from you. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Now, Channel 14 Israel is, I believe, known as a pretty nationalistic channel. The reason I'm saying that, I'll tell you in a second. Yeah, I believe they're known as a... hold on a second here. As a pretty right-wing... I can see the Reuters Institute has an article where they say that Channel 14, after its rebranding in 2021, aligned itself with Prime Minister Netanyahu in the far right. Anyways, I'm mentioning that because Channel 14's Noam Amir, who is with Channel 14, he's a military commentator on Channel 14. He posted a few minutes ago on his Instagram, Noam Amir, and he said, if Trump intends to stop Netanyahu from responding to Iran, this is the moment when the prime minister should make it clear to the president that this is unacceptable. If Iran sees that Trump is stopping us after 10 missiles have been launched, then tomorrow we will receive 20 missiles from Iran. Netanyahu must stand his ground and attack Tehran. That's a military commentator from Channel 14, which is known as a channel that leans right and is pro-Netanyahu in Israel. I just wanted to pass along one perspective from Israel. N12 News Israel says the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, has canceled several debates that were scheduled for tomorrow. And here's just a summary of what happened here. Israel strikes Beirut despite truce, prompting retaliation attempt from Iran. So Reuters reports that earlier today, Israel struck the outskirts of Beirut for the first time since the U.S. announced a truce plan for Lebanon last week, and Iran later fired missiles at Israeli targets, casting the talks to end the wider war into new jeopardy. Iran has long said any peace deal with the U.S. would depend on a ceasefire also holding in Lebanon, which Israel invaded in March in pursuit of Iran-backed Hezbollah fighters who had fired across the border in solidarity with Tehran. Again, roughly 10, the reporting out is that around 10 missiles were fired at Israel. No damage reported so far. Okay. So we're waiting to see, does Israel respond to Iran and retaliate? And President Trump told Barak Ravid that he's calling Netanyahu and telling him to not retaliate. And President Trump told Fox News that he said to Fox News, he suggested to Iran, "You've shot your missiles, that's enough, get back to the table and make a deal." Give me a moment here. I need to pull up a couple things. This is the first time Iran has fired missiles at Israel since the ceasefire began in early April. Oh, hold on a moment here. Let me just check something. I just saw a report that the New York Times said that Israel's Fire and Rescue Service said that it was extinguishing several fires caused by interceptor fragments. I've not heard of any major damage reported. Manny Fabian reported all of the missiles were intercepted or struck in open areas. I'm going to say no major damage because I have not heard of any at this point, and it's being reported that there wasn't any major damage. Also, no injuries I have heard about caused by the missiles themselves or interceptor fragments. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Caitlin Dornbos of New York Post says 11 minutes ago, "I just called the president as he responds to Iran's missile launch on Israel. He said he couldn't talk now, but added things are going very well." Again, this is from Caitlin Dornbos of the New York Post. Again, she said, "I just called the president. He said he couldn't talk now, but added things are going very well." What is going to happen? Will Israel respond to Iran's launching of around 10 missiles? That is what we are waiting to see. I am also checking for other updates in the region here. Here is a report from Iran's Tasnim state media. They say an Iranian source tells, they say this is to Al Mayadeen. Let me just read this. They say that an Iranian source told Al Mayadeen we had issued the necessary warnings to Israel and the U.S. regarding any violation of the ceasefire, and we acted on them. Iran has repeatedly emphasized it will not abandon its friends in Lebanon, Hezbollah, who it supports. This is a commitment from which we will not back down. What is going to happen? You can see this report here. Hold on. Look at this AP headline. Israel says Iran launched missiles at it in the first such bombardment during fragile ceasefire. And then on the right, this is a picture at the site where an Israeli airstrike in the southern suburbs of Beirut, in Dahia, Beirut, hit today. Israel said today that Iran launched missiles at it in the first such bombardment since a fragile ceasefire took effect in early April, further complicating mediation efforts for a deal to end the war. Iran's state broadcaster confirmed the launches and cited the armed forces as saying if Israel responds to Iranian attacks or does not stop its attacks on Lebanon, Iranian attacks will continue. The latest reporting I saw from Israel is they said all missiles were either intercepted or shot down, by the way. That's what Manny Fabian reported. There were no immediate reports of casualties or damage in Israel. And as I mentioned also, the New York Times said Israel's Fire and Rescue Service said they were extinguishing several fires caused by interceptor fragments, and MDA in Israel said several people were injured heading for shelter in Israel. AP also said that Iran had warned of retaliation after Israel today struck Beirut's southern suburbs without warning in defiance of Washington's request days ago to stand down. Remember, Israel was saying it was going to strike Beirut last week, and at the last minute, President Trump announced a ceasefire, a new ceasefire. Well, today Israel did, and they didn't strike Beirut last week, but they struck Beirut today. So again, Iran had warned of retaliation after Israel today struck Beirut's southern suburbs without warning in defiance of Washington's request days ago to stand down. Israel called it retaliation for Hezbollah firing at northern Israel earlier in the day. Israel's attack on Beirut today came a few days after the Lebanese and Israeli governments agreed to a ceasefire in U.S.-hosted talks, though Hezbollah rejected the deal. The strike today by Israel on a residential building in Beirut killed 2 people and wounded 20, Lebanon's health ministry said. Iran had warned that an attack on Beirut would renew full-scale war across the Mideast, even as Pakistan tries to restart talks between Tehran and Washington. Iran wants a deal to include ending the war in Lebanon. So what is going to happen? We'll have to see. Spencer GT says we're really far from peace. James Perry says the beat goes on. Susan Stater says, in all my days, I've never seen anything like this. Hey, thanks to Jerry Kovacs and Jeff Buddington for your support, and Joshua Doss and Jaybird. Jaybird thinks Trump doesn't have a deal. How long have we been hearing this? And I'm a Trump guy. Iran isn't making a deal if it benefits the USA, period. That's what Jaybird thinks. Thanks, Sharon Goslin, for being a member. Griffin Mancini, who thinks Israel brought this on themselves. Thanks, Griffin, for your support. Thanks, The Fiend83. Hey, thanks, Stormy Dude, for the membership. Stormy Dude gave 20 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Also, The Cool Tube and Hippie Mimi. Give me a moment here. Let's see if we have updates for you. Thanks, Hot Richard, for subscribing on Twitch. Guy from the 207 on Twitch who thinks Iran is just playing Trump. He thought he could bully any smaller foe, but with Iran, he met his match. That's what our viewer, a guy from the 207, said. Oh, Faytux News says, according to Channel 13, Trump and Netanyahu are speaking now. Yes, N12 News is also reporting this. So Israeli media is reporting. I just saw this from N12 News as well. Netanyahu and Trump are speaking now. Netanyahu and Trump are speaking now, says Israeli media. Yes, Netanyahu and Trump are speaking now. We'll have to see what comes out of this. Oh, Shin points out something that Tasneem is saying. Hold on a second here. Denial of attack on Tabriz airport. This is 8 minutes ago from, thanks Shin for mentioning this, I hadn't seen this. 8 minutes ago, Iranian state media Tasneem said, according to the follow-up, the sound heard at Tabriz airport was a defense test and no attack on Tabriz airport occurred. That is an airport in Iran. A few minutes ago, news was published on some Telegram channels that an explosion had been heard at Tabriz airport, but Tasneem says this was not This was a defense test, they claim. Again, reportedly, Netanyahu and Trump are speaking now. All right, we're going to be taking comments from you guys. What is going to happen? What's going to happen here? Will Israel retaliate as they normally would for Iran firing around 10 missiles at Israel? If you missed it, Iran announced the closure of the western part of the Iran's airspace in the western part of the country. That's the part closer to Israel. And also, Iraq announced the closure of their airspace. Let me show you real quick here. Flight radar 24. If I can pull it up here. Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. Flight radar 24. So Iraqi airspace is closed right now for several days unless they end the closure early. And Iran has closed the western part of its airspace. I do see a plane firing here. Number 2 tracked worldwide. That is a plane in Tehran. It's on the ground, that plane, apparently. And then this one, that took off from Tehran. It says, destination not available. That's flying to the east. Fly Kish, it says. Neil Caffrey, our viewer, says, deal is close, I tell you. Hey, quick shout out to our moderators. Really appreciate it. Beth Mythical, Ruth, Roberts Mayqueen, Leslie Ladyhawk. Thank you so much for moderating. Also, hang on a second here. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X moderate for us there. On Twitch, our moderators, Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. And our Facebook moderators, like, hang on a second here, Kay Lowry Body, Michael Fergal, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks, Barry Eisler, for subscribing over there. Bringing you live breaking news coverage, bringing you the latest updates, waiting to see if Israel retaliates against Iran. Trump and Netanyahu are talking now, according to Israeli media. Trump and Netanyahu are talking right now. Multiple Israeli media outlets are reporting that. Ghost all day, our viewer thinks there's no deal. Hey, thanks, by the way, to G2TFL. G2TFL, thanks for your support. Who says, Because the USA blockade on Iran's ports will only get worse, Israel's attacks may target more Iranian oil infrastructure. That's what G2TFL thinks. I mean, that would be an escalation, certainly. And that, again, we have the situation, if Israel strikes Iran, could we see Iran launching more strikes of their own? Doug Robinson thinks Trump thinks he can control Iran and Israel, and he can't. Thank you, Benjela Holmes and Alex78, Jesus UCSB, Jerry Kovacs. What is going to happen here? Yes, as Steve Carlson points out, oil markets open in an hour. So there was a statement from the Israeli military, but it did not explicitly say that they would strike back now at Iran. It's unclear. The statement from the Israeli military said they were approving plans for future action. Also, there could be more, they're preparing for more possible strikes from Iran on Israel. But we don't know how Israel is going to respond for this. This was the first time Iran had fired missiles at Israel since early April, since the ceasefire. Netanyahu and Trump are talking now. And just a reminder of a couple of quotes from President Trump. Fox News says President Trump told them, I believe it was Trey Yingst, he said, President Trump said that he did not want Israel to retaliate. He said, well, here's what the quote was according to Fox News, to Trey Yingst of Fox News. He said, Iran firing missiles is certainly not going to help negotiations, he said. He said, we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. And now this takes place. And then he said about Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Trump also said he was not happy about the Israeli strikes on Beirut today. In addition, Barak Ravid of Axios said Trump told him the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully, Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. We are very close to a final deal with Iran. It is going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what is happening now. I'm going to call Bibi right now and tell him not to retaliate. Each of them had their fun. Israel had its strike and Iran had its strike. We don't need another one. So those are some quotes of what Trump is saying. Oh, a security alert for Israel. U.S. Embassy, Jerusalem. As a result of the current security situation in Israel, including home front command alerts for multiple regions, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place and be prepared to move to a protected shelter in the event of a red alert until further notice. The U.S. Embassy Jerusalem and Embassy Branch Office Tel Aviv consular sections are closed tomorrow. In the event of, it's now today. Monday, June 8th it's now that in Israel right now. It's now June 8th and Monday in Israel. In the event of missile, rocket fire, or hostile aircraft intrusion, a red alert siren may be activated. Follow the instructions from local authorities in the Israeli home front and command and seek shelter immediately. Will Israel retaliate against Iran? That is the big question right now. I am looking for updates from the region. All right, hold on a moment. Hold on. I'm seeing some things, but Roy Case says there are reports of Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon. that's not anything new. I mean, that's been going on for weeks and weeks. So that's not some big new thing. It's something that Iran isn't happy about, but we've been seeing Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon for weeks and weeks. The Beirut strikes was different today. That was something Iran had said they did not want. Oh, flights at Khomeini Airport suspended until further notice, guys. That is from Iran. Khomeini International Airport in Tehran. Flights there suspended until further notice. Oh, wait. Let me just make sure here. It's a little bit. This says June. Yeah. That's the biggest airport. That's the largest airport in Iran. I just saw that in Iranian state media. Now, I think there's a mistranslation here because the date says June 18th, 2021, but this is just coming out right now from Iranian state media. Mer News says the Civil Aviation Organization announced that all flights to Iran's Imam Khomeini Airport will be suspended from the morning. Now, I think this date is mistranslated. I assume it's today. That's just being announced now. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to just confirm this detail for you. Oh, I have a statement. Okay. Iranian state media says, first of all, flights at Imam Khomeini Airport in Iran suspended until further notice. Okay. Iran state media says flights at Imam Khomeini Airport in Tehran suspended until further notice. That's Iranian state media, IRIB. And I have a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. Statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry, just out, regarding defensive strikes against Israeli targets. Here is their statement. Statement from Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding Iran's defensive strikes against Israeli targets. Iran says, following the repeated violation of the ceasefire of April 10th and the repeated aggressive actions of Israel against Lebanon and the Islamic Republic of Iran, including through complicity with the U.S. terrorist army in the attacks of the past 2 weeks on Iranian ships, on Iranian ships. I hate when it does this. Give me a moment now. Give me a moment. Now this happened. Give me a moment. Now I have to go back to this. Let me get the statement on the screen again. Sorry, that's really annoying. Now I see the statement again. Now I can see it. Let's get this on. Let's get the statement for you again. Iran's foreign ministry says, following the repeated violations of the ceasefire. Oh, hold on a second. I want to make sure I have an update from the IDF. IDF says, the IDF says, a statement from the IDF will strike the enemy with determination as soon as the order is given. New statement from the IDF. New statement from the IDF. The IDF Chief of General Staff is currently conducting a situational assessment with the General Staff Forum, and they will strike the enemy with determination as soon as the order is given. That doesn't say they definitely will. They say as soon as the order is given. So just note that doesn't say they definitely will. It says they will strike the enemy with determination as soon as the order is given. All right, hold on a moment. Just hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Give me one moment. All right, I'm trying to get back to that statement from Iran. Let me get back to that if I have time. N12 News says the Netanyahu-Trump call has ended. According to N12 News, the Netanyahu-Trump call has ended. That's from N12 News. Netanyahu-Trump call over. hold on a second here. Again, Netanyahu-Trump call over, according to N12 News. Okay, so again, they have apparently their call is over. By the way, the Minister of National Security, Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir, had posted this a couple hours ago. He is a far-right Israeli minister in the government. He said, tonight Tehran must burn. Look right there, 2 hours ago. Tonight Tehran must burn. I don't know what's going to happen here. Let me get back to the statement from the foreign ministry. Taken so long to get to that statement. Here is the statement from Iran's foreign ministry. That I was trying to show you before. There it is. Now, let's see if we can get through the statement again. Statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs regarding Iran's defensive strikes against Israeli targets. Following the repeated violations of the ceasefire of April 10th and the repeated aggressive actions of the Israeli regime against Lebanon and the Islamic Republic of Iran, including through complicity with the U.S. terrorist army in the attacks of the past 2 weeks on Iranian ships and targets in the southern regions of Iran, as well as complicity with the U.S. regime in maritime piracy against the Iranian nation, the armed forces of Iran struck several military targets in the north of the occupied Palestinian territories, meaning northern Israel, I believe, on Sunday evening within the framework of the inherent right of self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. Iran emphasizing the Iranian nation's strong determination to decisively defend its security and national interests at any point it deems appropriate, recalls that the ceasefire in Lebanon was an integral part of the ceasefire understanding from April 10th, and that the U.S. government bears direct responsibility for the violations of the ceasefire by Israel and the consequences thereof, as well as any increase in tension in the region. Iran warns that any evil adventure by the Israeli regime against Lebanon or Iran will be met with a crushing and comprehensive response from the brave Iranian armed forces. Hang on a second here. Our viewer, the UNQ80, says, I do not believe this is over by a long shot. What is going to happen? Will Israel respond and retaliate? Shin reports there's a report of some explosions in Iraq. Now, that has periodically happened over the last several months, so I'm not aware that that's anything related to all of this. I have no idea, but I don't know. But I think if Israel's going to, well, we'll see what happens. Donna Simmons, our viewer, says, why was Israel bombing Beirut today? Because Israel launched attacks on what it said were Hezbollah targets in Beirut in response to attacks from Hezbollah on Israel. This is what Israel said earlier today. They said a Hezbollah command center in the Dahia area of Beirut was struck following Hezbollah's rocket attacks on northern Israeli communities. The targeted command center was used by Hezbollah terrorists to advance terror attacks against Israeli civilians and IDF soldiers operating in southern Lebanon. Thanks, Donna, for writing in. And again, Iran announced that all flights at Iran's Khomeini Airport, major international airport in Tehran, have been suspended until further notice. Oh, hold on a second here. I just saw something else. Hang on a moment here. IRIB, Iranian state media, says that a military source tells them that Iranian missiles are ready to be fired immediately if Israel responds. Again, Iranian state media says that a military source tells them Iranian missiles are ready to be fired immediately if Israel responds. Iranian state media is also reporting that what they call a terrorist group headquarters in Sulaymaniyah, Iraq, was targeted in an attack. So I don't know if that's some kind of... Again, there has been strikes going on in recent months in Iraq. Sulaymaniyah is a Kurdish city, by the way, in Iraq, a major Kurdish city. So Iran says that a terrorist group headquarters in Sulaymaniyah, Iraq, was targeted in an attack by Iran. Again, this kind of stuff's been going on. I don't see that as deeply... I have no evidence that that's deeply connected to what's going on today with the missiles and everything. I'm just passing that along. What is going to happen next? We're waiting to see what happens next. Again, the IDF said they will strike the enemy with force the moment the green light is given, the moment the order is given. But will such an order be given? We don't know. I am checking for updates here. Our viewer Todd Carneyfax thinks there is absolutely no way Israel won't respond. They have to respond no matter what President Trump says. Todd thinks the U.S. will restart combat operations. President Trump has reportedly, well, Barack Ravid said President Trump told him he was going to tell Netanyahu to not respond. Darko Veris thinks the order will come after the stock markets are open. What, the American stock market? American stock market doesn't open till tomorrow at, what is it, 9:30? Yeah, 9:30. The oil market is open in 25 minutes, by the way. Oil market, 25 minutes. Israel stock market is open on Monday at 9:59 a.m., which would be in about 9 hours or so. Thanks, Old School Gaming. Thanks, Israel Bishop. Israel Bishop thinks Arabs set up and provoke Israelis into preemptive strikes, then accuse Israelis of starting it up for at least 60 years. That's what Israel Bishop says. Thanks, Christopher Sievers, who says flight radar shows a Stratotanker just took off from Tel Aviv. Well, I mean, we've been seeing tankers take off from Tel Aviv. I haven't been checking nonstop, but throughout the ceasefire, I've seen various times when tankers have been taking off from Tel Aviv. I'm assuming to maintain aircraft in the air around the Iran region, and we've seen that happen many times without any kind of actual combat operation. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, there's been numerous times when during the ceasefire when we've seen tanker activity, and I assume the U.S. and Israel have been keeping aircraft up during the ceasefire. Thank you so much, Christopher Severs. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'll keep an eye on the accounts that I follow that keep a close eye on the flight radar. I haven't seen any of them say that they've seen anything yet that seems very, very different in the last few minutes. I assume a lot of the planes are not, for combat planes, would not be on, most of the combat planes, if any, would not be on the radar. Thank you, Rob PZ, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Dion 0043, Jerry Kovacs. N12 News reports that Netanyahu is now updating senior defense officials on his conversation with Trump. Again, N12 News Israel reports Netanyahu is now updating senior defense officials on his conversation with Trump. Yes, and Khan News Israel says Netanyahu is now holding a security consultation after talking to Trump. What will happen? Brooklyn says hoping Israel will free Iran. Jask John says, why is Trump doing nothing? He appears weak. Michael Best says maybe Trump told Netanyahu to stand down. That's what he said he was going to do. I don't know what he actually did, and I don't know how Netanyahu would respond to that. A reminder, Iraq has closed their airspace. Iran closed their airspace in western Iran, and also they have closed Khomeini Airport right there. Khomeini Airport is closed until further notice. And regarding most tracked flights, that is a tanker that a refueling tanker that took off from Israel and is heading towards the Iran area. But again, this is something that has been going on during the ceasefire constantly. U.S. tankers taking off from Tel Aviv and heading towards the region. So this is not some kind of unprecedented for the ceasefire activity right here. Then there's another tanker flying around there. But again, I'm not reading much into the fact that tankers are flying around because that's been going on during the ceasefire regularly. Oil market opens in 17 minutes. 17 minutes. We got to keep an eye on the oil market. When do the futures open up? One of the viewers said the futures open up soon. Is it 6 p.m.? 6 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. Stock futures open up. So we'll have to see what happens there too. People are saying 6 p.m. Eastern time. About 15 minutes from now, oil market opens up. Stock futures up. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that for you as well. Netanyahu is reportedly now, yes, multiple Israeli outlets say Netanyahu is holding security consultations in Israel after talking to Trump. We don't know what was said in their conversation. Here is something from Iran state media about the missiles used against Israel tonight. Iranian state media claims, according to published images, the missiles used in tonight's Iranian Revolutionary Guard operation are Khyber Shakan solid fuel ballistic missiles that were fired from bases in the country's west toward the Israel Ramat David air base. That missile has a range of 1,450 kilometers, weighs 4,500 kilograms, and is 10 meters long. It is one of the third generation of long-range missiles of Iran, which has unique features. This missile has a multi-conical warhead and is maneuverable during the landing phase to pass through the missile shield, they say. And Flight Radar 24 mentions that following missile launches from Iran toward Israel, airspace in western Iran and all of Iraq, and for the most part Syria, has been closed. Lead Pipe thinks Trump is afraid of Iran. William Hughes says there's something behind the scenes that has everyone guessing. Hey, thanks Miss Link for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Miss Link gave 20 people memberships. Thanks so much. Thanks to Will Smith, who says, why has Trump become such a weak leader? Thanks, Will Smith. Thanks, Rocco Italia. Thanks, Paul Krogan. Michael McIsaac and Old School Gaming. Thank you. "12 minutes until oil markets open." Should we get a clock up for the oil market? Let's do that. We'll get a clock on the screen really quick. 18. Oil markets open in there we have our clock, our countdown clock. How will the oil markets react, says Freeze Diamond? I don't know. We'll have to see. We're going to put it up on the screen soon. Oh, I'm going to put this, the clock is kind of in the way of our let me do this. Put that there. Oh, I know what I should do. I should put this here and put this here. I should move this up on the screen. That's what I should do. Move this up there. There, we'll do that. That's our live shot of Haifa. Ten minutes. 10 minutes till the oil markets open. That wasn't the camera moving. That was me moving the camera, me moving the shot around so I could let you see more of it. Best in Show says, I bet oil market open will be a treat. We already did a poll, and about 80-something% of you said Israel would retaliate against Iran. TP thinks oil will go up at least $2 upon open. No, not we didn't. The cameras are not allowed to show beyond the air when rockets and missiles are coming in. So when there were missiles fired at northern Israel, the Haifa camera, for example, went off the air. Seven and a half minutes till the oil markets open. Thanks to Carolyn for the gift membership. Thanks. And Israel Bishop, our new member. Thank you. And Jesus UCSB. Oh, This is a post from, hold on a second here. From Iranian parliament member and spokesperson of the National Security and Foreign Policy Commission. Iranian politician Ibrahim Razaei posted that the missile launches took place, he says, from the very place where Trump claimed he had destroyed them, he says. We are ready. Beyond the readiness of February 28th and March 9th, we will stand firm until the complete punishment of the rabid dogs of the region, and we will not yield. That's from Iran's Ibrahim Razaei, spokesperson of the National Security and Foreign Policy Commission. Less than 5 minutes till the oil markets open. Checking for updates here. Netanyahu has already talked to Trump, reportedly, and is having security consultations now. Maybe we'll get a post from Trump on Truth Social soon. How about a Trump Truth Social post? Haven't seen one yet while we were on the air. Will he post about this? Three minutes and 15 seconds until the oil markets open. Jesse James thinks here we go for another round. About 2 minutes until the oil markets open. I'm going to put it up on the screen. This is from TradingView. This is that's Brent crude right there. That is the Brent crude oil market on tradingview.com. You can see it was 92.79 on Friday when it closed. WTI crude, West Texas crude, was 90.24. So 90.24 and 92.79. What's it going to be when it opens back up? Is it going to go up? We'll have to see. We got about 1 minute until the oil market reopens. Speedball thinks the risk premium is already priced in. 102, that would be a lot if it went up $10. That'd be a big jump. Thanks, Frankly Speaking, for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Frankly Speaking. I appreciate that. All right, we got about 25 seconds until the oil market reopens. We're looking at tradingview.com. I don't know how fast it'll update. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The oil markets are reopened. Oh, there it is. 95. It's up 3. It went up about $3. Look at that. We saw it right there. We just saw it go up. There you go. It went up about $3. Look at that. We saw it live on TradingView. It was at 92.79 and now it's 95.69. So oil up about $3. And it's also up about $3. WTI crude is at 93.10, up about $3 on both of these. How about futures markets? So I'm seeing here, I'll get you the futures markets in a second. Hold on a second. Again, so oil is up about $3. About 3% as well. All right, now hold on, let me get you something else. Just to let you know, now I'm seeing here, give me a moment. Okay, looking at the futures, I am seeing the Dow futures, well, that's not, but this is from before. What I'm seeing is Dow futures are down. Here, let me put this up there. If you compare it to what it was the close as, it looks to me like Dow futures are down about 200 points, which that'd be less than 1%. That would be like 0.4%. S&P futures are basically even right now. NASDAQ futures are down not maybe like 0.3% that I'm seeing. But oil has gone up a bunch. Oil up about 3.7% now since the market opened. See right there? Up 345 and 367%. And WTI here, again, WTI crude oil is up about 4%, about $3.57 higher. All right, so that's TradingView. Now give me a moment. So oil up a bit. Oil is up a bit. Oh, hold on. I have this here. Give me one moment here. One moment. Where is... And again, I'm looking at the stock futures. I am seeing Dow futures are down a little bit, down maybe 0.3%. S&P 500 futures are roughly even. NASDAQ futures down like 0.3% that I can see according to TradingView. What I'm looking at here is, it's a little confusing, but what I'm looking at here is, if I make myself disappear for a second, if you go up here on TradingView, the Dow closed at 50,872, and the futures right now is 50,669, which means, if I'm reading this right, it's down about 200 points in the futures, which would be about 0.4%. S&P closed at 7383. It's now futures 7360, which would be about, what, 0.3% down? And then NASDAQ closed at 28,957, futures 28,851, which by my reckoning is about a 120, maybe down 0.4%, roughly speaking. Now, you can't just read the percentage on the right. It's kind of a strange thing, but you can't just read the percentage up or down on the right there. It's just a weird the way it's, because the trading day, that percentage is not calculated from the closing price on that chart right there. So what we're waiting to see is will Israel respond to the Iranian missiles? First Iranian missiles fired at Israel since the ceasefire started in early April. Thank you, Jiggle Jess, for your support. Thanks, Jesse James, for being a member. A couple people mentioned the gold price. Currently, gold on the day. Did gold market just reopen? Yes, gold opened as well. Gold is down 0.4%. That's according to TradingView. And just to remind you, Brent crude is up about 3.5% since the market reopened about 8 minutes ago, and WTI crude is up about 3.5%. Hey, thanks so much to Alex Stevenson. That's so generous of you. Alex Stevenson from somewhere in Europe. Thank you so much, Alex Stevenson, for your support of the channel. Also, Kendra Fox and Table Tens. Thank you. And Dustin Joan. And I'll say Big D. Thanks for subscribing. Big D and Hot Richard. Thanks for subscribing. N12 News just posted on one of their Telegram accounts. One of their Telegram accounts I followed that posted. They posted. Stay awake or go to sleep. Because in Israel right now it's 1:09 a.m. It's 1:09 a.m. in Israel. Hey, somebody just asked about subtitles in YouTube. I periodically get this question and I periodically give this response. Unfortunately, I cannot have subtitles in YouTube because YouTube, the only way to have subtitles is to have regular latency, which will cause a long delay between the chat posts and when I see them. So given that we have interaction with the chat, I cannot use the regular latency setting. I have to use low latency. And unfortunately on YouTube, if you use low latency, there's no captions possible. I have asked YouTube about this. I have put it in as a suggestion, but on YouTube, we cannot have captions. It's impossible. I wish we could, but we can't. So I'm sorry about that. Seco says there are captions on Facebook. So you can try checking there if you need captions. But that's the reason. It's not me. Let me see if we have any updates from Israel. Not seeing it at the moment. I don't know what's going to happen. Times of Israel says Netanyahu is huddling with security chiefs after phone call with Trump. David Joe Klotz thinks Israel does not require the U.S. military to help attack Iran. But, I mean, it'd be a big deal if President Trump said don't do it and they did it anyway. I don't know what's going to happen, though. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Nothing yet from President Trump on Truth Social. Here's an update here from Reuters. Trump says he will press Israel to hold back after Iran retaliates for Beirut attack. President Trump said today he would tell Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu not to strike back after Iran fired a salvo of missiles at Israeli targets in retaliation for an Israeli attack on the outskirts of Beirut, according to Axios. And Netanyahu and Trump have just talked recently, just in the last hour or so. Iran has long said any peace deal with the U.S. would depend on a ceasefire also holding in Lebanon, which Israel invaded in March in pursuit of Iran-backed Hezbollah fighters who fired rockets and drones across the border in solidarity with Iran. But Israel earlier today launched strikes in the Beirut area for the first time since the U.S. announced a truce plan for Lebanon last week. Then we heard from Israel around 10 missiles were fired at Israel from Iran. No major damage reported. Trump told Fox News after the Iranian missile launches, it's certainly not going to help negotiations. What I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Asked about the earlier Israeli strike on Beirut, he said, I'm not happy about it, said Trump. Trump told Axios he would call Netanyahu and press him to not retaliate. You can see Reuters says Trump has leaned on Israel to scale back its campaign in Lebanon to allow room for a peace deal with Iran, including rebuking Netanyahu with obscenities reportedly in a phone call last week. After the call, Netanyahu called off airstrikes on Beirut and agreed to the latest truce plan with the Lebanese government, but Israel has never fully halted its Lebanon campaign. Hezbollah, which was not party to the truce and would be dismantled under the truce's terms, has also continued its attacks and says it will not give up its weapons until Israel halts fighting and withdraws. Netanyahu said the Israeli strikes today on Beirut's southern suburbs, a district known as Dahia, that has long been a Hezbollah stronghold, were ordered in response to Hezbollah firing toward Israel. Shelley Amsterdam says Trump has been close to this deal for more than 2 months. Currently, oil market about 3%. Oil is up about 3%, as you can see on TradingView. Hey, Bitcoin went up a bunch. I don't know why. Why did Bitcoin go up a bunch recently? Who now? I don't understand it. Bitcoin in the last 10 minutes or so went up a bunch from 61,700 or so to about 63,300. Don't ask me why. I'll keep an eye on it though. And it's come down a bit. And for the futures, I am looking at the futures and I am seeing Dow futures are roughly even. Dow futures. S&P futures are roughly even. NASDAQ futures are roughly even. U.S. stock futures are roughly even. Hang on a moment here. Guys, I need 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. Oops, sorry. I'm going to disappear. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Hold on. I'm seeing a new report here, and I'm trying to pull that up for you. So give me a quick moment here. If you give me a quick moment, I'm going to pull up a new report for you. I just need a second. Hang on. One more moment here. Hang on. All right. I have now, if you give me a moment, I want to mention a new report I just saw. Okay, we have a new report about what Trump said from Financial Times. Financial Times says Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept the U.S. deal with Iran because the U.S. president calls the shots. Breaking news. President Trump told the Financial Times Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran because the U.S. president, because Trump calls the shots. He won't have any choice Trump told the Financial Times today in an interview, I call the shots. I call all the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. Breaking news. Trump said Iran strikes had not changed his desire to conclude negotiations. It's not going to have any impact on the deal, Trump said. He says, we'll see how it ends up. The missile strikes on Israel were attacks that did not kick at all. Wow. Give me a moment here. I want to post this. Give me a moment here. So Trump told the Financial Times, this is today, in an interview. Wow. Trump to Financial Times. Netanyahu after Iranian missile launch. Iran fires missiles at Israel. I'm just posting this. It's quite a quote. Wow. All right, so again, hold on. Let me just make sure I have this right. I wonder how Israel will feel about it. I wonder how Netanyahu will feel about this. Okay, so again, this is the Financial Times. They say that they spoke to Trump. They did a phone interview with Trump after Iran fired the missiles at Israel. And they say that Trump told them Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran because Trump said, I called the shots. He won't have any choice, Trump told Financial Times. I called the shots. I called the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. Also, Trump told the Financial Times that Iran strikes had not changed his desire to conclude negotiations with Iran. It's not going to have any impact on the deal. Trump also told Financial Times today It's not going to have any impact on the deal. That the Iran missile attack on Israel is not going to have any impact on the deal. He said, we'll see how it ends up, but the missile strikes on Israel were attacks that did not kick at all. It's one of those things that's been going on for 3,000 years or 47 years, depending on how you count. Again, this is another quote from the Financial Times about their interview with Trump. They say that Trump told them the Iran missile attack on Israel is, quote, not going to have any impact on the deal. We'll see how it ends up. But the missile strikes on Israel were attacks that did not kick at all. It's one of those things that's been going on for 3,000 years or 47 years, depending on how you count. And just in case you missed it, the Financial Times interviewed President Trump after the Iranian missile strikes on Israel, and he said that Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran, because President Trump says he calls the shots. Trump said he won't have any choice. Netanyahu won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He doesn't call the shots. Wow. Big update from Financial Times. Okay, let me take some comments from you guys. Devil Doc thinks this is insanity. I got that fire says, I feel a reality check incoming. Janet Devereaux thinks this will never end. Wild Bill thinks Trump's a boss. Space Drive Films thinks that just sounds weird. Aussie Arnie says this looks like Iran is calling the shots. Stephen Roberts thinks even if it's true, it's an idiotic thing to say. Well, I'm guessing this will make a lot of news. I'm guessing that quote will make a lot of news in Israel. What is this? Hold on a second. Where is this here? Hold on. Oh, the Financial Times also says that asked what would happen if a deal failed on its merits, Trump said he would consider a commando raid on Iran. He said, I think the deal is going on. We'll see what happens. But asked what would happen if any such a deal failed on its merits, Trump told Financial Times he would consider a commando raid on Iran. Trump said, possibly we could go, if a deal fails, possibly we could go in and take care of the rest of the place that we didn't take care of militarily. Or it would just mean we would keep the blockade on Iran, he said, because the blockade has probably been more powerful than any attack that was ever made on that country. Hang on a minute here. And again, according to Financial Times, Trump said to them that if an Iran deal failed, possibly we could go in and take care of the rest of the place that we didn't take care of militarily. But he said they could also keep the blockade on. William Watson, our viewer, thinks Israel will fire missiles by morning. Bern Drogs Droskin says, does Trump want to dump the stock market? Maybe the stock market will like that he's saying that it's not up to Netanyahu and it's up to him whether there'll be a deal. Zilch says, take Trump seriously, but not literally. I have to imagine those quotes will be a big deal in Israel. Sky News Arabia just posted Trump's quotes saying, if Netanyahu has no choice but to accept a deal with Iran. I am the one who makes the decisions, not Netanyahu. So they posted it. C14 News Israel. News Israel Channel 14 is currently also talking about, they just posted about the Financial Times interview. I-24 News English Israel also just posted about Trump saying, I call all the shots and Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever U.S. deal the U.S. makes in Iran. GLZ Radio Israel, Israel Military Radio News. They are now posting on the Financial Times article as well. Channel 13 News Israel is also posting about the Financial Times interview as well. Channel 12 News Israel is also posting about the Financial Times interview as well. Maariv News in Israel also posted about the Financial Times interview as well. So this is getting a bunch of coverage in Israel. A lot of the major news channels, as I just went through, are posting about this. Allison Fowler says spicy. Times of Israel just posted about it. They have on the Times of Israel's live update page, the top article right now, 4 minutes ago. Trump says Netanyahu won't have any choice but to accept U.S.-Iran deal. I called the shots. So this is getting wide coverage in Israeli media right now. Hectate says Israel might call out some shots on Iran tonight. Again, if you missed it, President Trump did an interview after Iran launched missiles at Israel today. He did an interview with the Financial Times in which he told them that Netanyahu of Israel, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, would have no choice but accept whatever deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran, because President Trump said he calls all the shots. He said Netanyahu won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He, meaning Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. So what is Israel going to do? I mean, obviously, Netanyahu, as we've been talking about, will face some serious domestic pressure to respond to Iran firing missiles at Israel. But President Trump has said he does not want Israel responding. So how is this going to play out? Maybe we should do another poll about whether Israel will respond now that we've seen these updates. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Sorry. Checking a couple things. By the way, this is not really related to hold on a second here. Well, I don't want to mention, I want to get the original statement here. Where's the original statement? President Trump is attending Game 3 of the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden in New York. When is that? Tomorrow? When is Game 3? That's tomorrow. And the according to Ian Begley, who covers the Knicks for SNY-TV, the NYPD has announced that there will be no watch party for the game outside of Madison Square Garden. This decision was made in coordination with the Secret Service. There will be watch parties at other locations. We are currently determining where they will be. That's from the NYPD. All right, sorry. Um, oh, here's something. Let me show you a post here from Naftali Bennett. He is a former prime minister of Israel, by the way, Naftali Bennett. And he already has announced that he has launched a campaign. He has already started his campaign to oust Netanyahu, Naftali Bennett. Because I'm looking at an article from May in the Washington Post saying that Naftali Bennett is seeking to replace Netanyahu as prime minister. But here's what Naftali Bennett posted today, speaking of pressure on Netanyahu from inside Israel. He says, "This is a moment of truth. Is Israel a sovereign state capable of defending itself? A weak or symbolic response will signal to our enemies that the blood of our citizens has been spilled with impunity. Therefore, Israel must act with strength and effectiveness. In this matter, we all, every citizen of Israel, stand together." I'm not telling you everybody in Israel thinks that, but I showed you a commentator for Channel 14 who was calling for a strong response in Israel, Naftali Bennett. So certainly he does face some significant domestic pressures. Mescaline says this is major. Oh, hold on a second. I'm seeing something. Give me a moment here. We'll see. There might be some new news from Barak Ravid. I saw an unconfirmed report about a Barak Ravid report. So let me just see if I'm guessing if this is true, Barak Ravid will post about it. Let me check here. We may have an update here. Let's see. Not seeing it yet. We're waiting to find out what Netanyahu is going to decide. Will Israel respond and launch a retaliation on Iran for firing around 10 missiles at it earlier this evening? Our viewer Judah Lavelle says, "I expect retaliation strikes tonight." Yeah, we'll do the poll in a second. We had some other things to talk about. So we're going to do another poll about asking if Israel will retaliate. Hang on, I got to get it up on the screen here. John Pendleton, our viewer, thinks Bibi has to go if there's no response. Now, hold on a minute. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Sorry. Let's do this poll. Will Israel retaliate against Iran tonight? We're doing the poll right now. We're doing the poll right now. I'm posting it now. Okay, I have posted the poll. Here's you guys thinking about the poll. Right there. Live shot of you guys. Now, here is what people are saying. Now, before we were at over 80% when we asked this question earlier about Iran, Israel retaliating. Although I don't know if the previous question said tonight. But YouTube is currently 59% yes, 60% yes, 40% no. Yeah, the previous question we asked earlier was, will Israel attack Iran in retaliation? I did not specify tonight. So this question I specified tonight. Over on Twitch, very similar on Twitch right now. 61% yes on Twitch. Scribe thinks that Israel has a low missile stockpile, so no. Lori Lynn says they don't always respond on the same day. Fred Flintstone says it has to be tonight after what Trump said. Mark says no, Iran will be expecting it. Maye Dolph says retaliate, yes, but not tonight. As a concession to Trump, could they wait and do it a few days later? Remember what happened with attacking Beirut. They were going to attack Beirut last week, and then reportedly Trump said don't do it, and then they held off on doing it, but then they attacked Beirut today. Could we see something similar with retaliating on Iran? I'll give the Facebook result in a second. All right, we'll have to see. Adi thinks they won't attack now. The Facebook poll is supposed to be up there. I'll have to check on it in a second. Vardo says, respond yes, how, yet to be seen. Ninja Baseball Batman thinks 100% retaliation tonight. Buck Tasty thinks it'll be next weekend. Lil thinks it's not going to happen tonight. Hen Jensen thinks for sure it'll be tonight. Give me a moment here. It says the poll is supposed to be up on Facebook. If it's not, Facebook might just be having issues, which does happen. All right, thanks for voting in the poll over on Twitch and YouTube. 60% yes on YouTube, 61% on Twitch. So a majority, but still a sizable minority over there. Now, let's pull up here. Oh, people started voting on Facebook. Facebook is currently 83% yes. Breaking news update. Well, it's not really big breaking news. Small news update. Barak Ravid says, so again, what happened today is the Israel conducted some strikes on Beirut against Hezbollah. That was a huge deal for Iran. Iran had set a red line over that, and Iran, after that, launched around 10 missiles at Israel. Barak Ravid reports, a senior U.S. official told me the White House did not give a green light to the Israeli strike today in Beirut. A second U.S. official told Barak Ravid, we had no part in this. We had no part in the strike on Beirut. Did Israel attack Beirut tonight in spite of President Trump's wishes? I don't know. I am checking for updates here. I am checking for updates. All right, so just to summarize what's going on. Several hours ago, when we came on the air while this was going on, Iran launched about 10 missiles at Israel. No major damage reported from these Israel's ballistic missiles. These missiles were the first missiles Iran had launched at Israel since early April, since the ceasefire in the Iran war. This came just hours after Israel had launched strikes in Beirut on Hezbollah targets there, which Iran had said that had drawn a red line of sorts on Israel striking the Hezbollah-backed Iran in Beirut. That was a big deal for Iran. So Iran had been suggesting that was going to be a huge deal for them if Israel attacked Beirut. Israel said that what it had done was strike these. Israel explained the attack in Beirut by saying that Yeah, so this is from the IDF earlier today. They said in a precise strike in Dahia area of Beirut, IDF strikes Hezbollah terror organization's headquarters. They said in a targeted manner, a headquarters where terrorists from Hezbollah were operating in Beirut, Dahia, Beirut, was struck. They say the headquarters they struck served the terrorists of Hezbollah for advancing terror plots against the citizens of Israel and also IDF forces operating in southern Lebanon. They also said prior to the strike, steps were taken to reduce harm to civilians, including the use of precision weaponry and aerial observations. So again, they struck, Israel carried out strikes on Hezbollah in Beirut today, and after that, Iran fired around 10 missiles at Israel. No major damage reported, but normally this is something that Israel would launch a retaliation to. But President Trump has said that he does not want Israel to retaliate. For example, President Trump told Barak Ravid, I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. He also told Fox News' Trey Yinks today, what I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles, that's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. So, again, reportedly, from Trump his position seems to be that he does not want Israel to respond to this. He wants negotiations to happen. He told Fox News today, Trump, that, where is it here? He said to Fox News, the Iranian strikes, no, Trump told Axios, by the way, he told Axios, where is it here? He told Axios, Trump, the Iranian strikes didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully Israel is not going to retaliate. If Bibi strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. He told Fox News, we are very close to a final deal with Iran. It's going to be a good deal. I don't want it to blow up because of what is happening now. Oh, no, that's what he told Axios. What he told Fox News was, we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. And now this takes place. He said, he suggested that Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. So those are some of the things President Trump has been saying today. And he told the Financial Times in an interview that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept whatever deal the U.S. makes with Iran because Trump calls the shots. Trump told the Financial Times today that Netanyahu won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots, Trump said to Financial Times. He also told the Financial Times of the missiles launched by Iran today, it's not going to have any impact on the deal. He said the missile strikes on Israel were attacks that did not kick at all. It's one of those things that's been going for 3,000 years or 47 years, depending on how you count. So we are waiting to see if Israel is going to retaliate against Iran. By the way, it was about 60% vote on YouTube and Twitch when we did a poll that Israel would retaliate tonight. On Facebook, it was around 80%. Naomi Russo says, Trump is the boss. Zemi Void says, how has Trump never learned to not say stuff like this publicly? It makes him look weak. Ronnie says, no deal with terrorists. James Perry thinks he shouldn't have said that publicly. The Hood family thinks Iran will never make a deal with America. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're bringing you the latest updates here. We're keeping our coverage going. We're waiting to see what's going to happen. Oh, I'm going to see if I can find anything more here. We're going to get you more reports really quick. This is a sponsored broadcast. So here is a quick message from me for our sponsor, which is Rumble Wallet. And after this quick message from me about our sponsor, we'll be back with more updates for you. If you've ever been curious about buying and investing in crypto, like Bitcoin and stablecoins like USAT, but felt like it was too complicated, Rumble Wallet is an easy way to get started. You can buy, sell, and manage your cryptocurrencies all in one place, and the app is super straightforward. What really makes Rumble Wallet unique is you can use it to tip your favorite creators with crypto, as long as they have Rumble Wallet too. Getting started is simple. Just download the Rumble Wallet app, sign up or use your existing Rumble Wallet account, complete a few security steps, and you're set up in minutes. You can start with just a few dollars, and with MoonPay built into Rumble Wallet, you can easily buy crypto using your credit card, debit card, or bank wire. So if you've been thinking about the advantages of crypto, download Rumble Wallet now by scanning this QR code or by clicking the link in the show description. Rumble Wallet is a technology provider only and not a custodial service. See terms at wallet.rumble.com. Okay, we are back. We're bringing you live coverage. Iran launches missiles at Israel for the first time since the ceasefire in early April. And the question is, what's going to happen now? Is Israel going to respond and launch strikes on Iran, even though President Trump does not want them to? That's what we're waiting to find out, to try to get some information about this. I haven't, let's see here. What is this? I have an update from N12 News Israel. N12 News Israel has a supposed report about Trump and Netanyahu's conversation that they had after the missiles were launched. So, N12 News Israel says that Trump asked Netanyahu to not respond to the Iranian missile attack to allow a few more days of negotiations. Trump told Netanyahu that they're close to a deal and said, give him a few more days. Netanyahu tried to convince Trump to take a different line, but ultimately kind of agreed to the president's request. The official said, we think the president bought a little more time. Okay. That's from Barak Ravid. That's from Barak Ravid of N12 News. All right, give me a second here. Give me a moment. So just to clarify here, Trump, during phone call, Trump asked Netanyahu to wait a few days to respond to Iranian missile attack because a deal is close. Netanyahu tried to convince Trump to take a different line, but ultimately kind of agreed to the president's request. All right, so now I don't know what really happened. Again, I'm just passing along this report. This is from N12 News Israel. Hang on a moment here. Oh, I forgot to post the link. I forgot to post the link. I like to post the link. Okay, I posted the link. I posted it after in the reply. So again, let me just one more time to summarize. Barak Ravid is reporting that President Trump asked Netanyahu to wait a few days, wait a few more days to respond because Trump said a deal was close and Netanyahu tried to convince Trump to take a different line, but ultimately kind of agreed to the president's request. I don't know what kind of agreed means. The link is the reply. So what happened is I posted that. Oh no, I didn't post it in the chat. If you go on X I posted the report, a summary of what Barak Ravid said, and then in the reply to that, I posted the link to the report. Our viewer, the Bub, says the deal is getting closer every passing month. Meshuggah thinks Trump will convince Israel to back off in a few days too. Wait, you see Donald Chamberlain. Mendy R says, I really hope that this report is not true. Andrew Morris says, Trump is a coward. IRGC clearly a threat, still firing ICBMs all over Mideast. Regime change is a must. Stephen Davidson says, why would Iran make a deal with Trump? He tore up the last deal we made with them. Now, that was not a Trump deal. That was the Obama era nuclear deal. But yes, Trump pulled out of that deal. Some oil prices, M. Cozen asked about. Let's check on those again. Yeah, so oil prices are up about 2.8%. They were up about 3.6% initially when market opened about an hour ago. Now they're up about 2.8%. That's Brent crude up 2.8% and WTI crude up 2.78%. In terms of futures, not huge movement. Dow Jones futures, as I eyeball them now, are down about 0.3%. S&P futures are down about 0.1%. NASDAQ futures are down about 0.1%. And for whatever it's worth, Bitcoin, for some reason, all of a sudden it went up a bunch about an hour or so ago. That's the chart from, this is all from TradingView. Hold on a second here. What did I do? This is the Bitcoin chart from TradingView. So this is a roughly, it's about a 1 day chart here. But right now, roughly 62,800. Now, just to be clear here, over the last month, several weeks, Bitcoin has gone down a bunch. You can see here that back on May 14th, it was over 81,000. Now it's at 62,800. Hey, thanks, Israel Bishop. That's so nice of you. Thanks for your support, Israel Bishop, and for the gift membership. Also, Yeser Bud and Diver Patty are members. Diver Patty thinks Israel's going to look out for Israel. Thanks, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks Trump is compensating for his weakness on Iran by acting tough on Israel. A lot of psychology happening here, says Mitchell Pilot. Thanks, Nashinas, who thinks Iran has successfully cracked the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. Thanks, Ed Weeby, for the membership. Thanks, Gumble to Gumble, our member. Drew DBC, our member. Shelley Amsterdam. Thanks for your support. And also, it's Aaron. Thank you so much. It's Aaron from the Isle of Skye, UK. Thank you. And also, I'm a good goy. Thanks for being a member. Omers. Thanks for your support. Omer says, don't hate the player, hate the game. Oh, I think I owe another thanks to Alex Stevenson. That's very generous of you. Alex Stevenson from Europe. No, I think I might have thanked Alex earlier, but I'll thank Alex again. I'm happy to. Thank you, Alex. Also, Morgana 0075. Thanks for being a member. And also, thanks to Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. And Naomi Russo. Thank you. It is 2:20 a.m. Israel time. Oh, Axios just posted a report. Barak Ravid. Remember, Barak Ravid is the one I told you who was reporting to N12 News. So Barak Ravid also has an article in Axios now, and it says that Trump told Netanyahu to hold off during the call because we're close to doing something good in terms of a deal, said a U.S. official. And also, the official said that Netanyahu pushed back, but ultimately pseudo-agreed to stand down. It's similar to the N12 News report because it's by the same person. So again, what Barak Ravid is reporting is that Trump told Netanyahu to stand down, to wait a few days because a deal is close, and that Netanyahu kind of agreed, or the other report said he pseudo-agreed. I guess sort of. agreed. PSEUDO. I don't know what sort of agreeing would mean. Seems like what it would mean is that that doesn't mean there's a firm commitment that was given. Because if he just said, I agree, then you wouldn't say he sort of agreed. So I cannot confirm this reporting. Mal Ball thinks no deal is close. Andy in Austin thinks pseudo-agreeing means not agreeing. Mason D thinks it's not a real report. What is going to happen? What's going to happen? It is 2:20 a.m. Israel time. Are we going to get a statement from Israel or from Trump? What do you think? So we could get a statement from Netanyahu saying something. We could get a Trump Truth Social statement saying, Israel told me it'll hold off for this long. I don't know if he'll say that, but. D. Turner says, is the deal signed yet? Heard Trump say a deal was done almost a couple weeks ago. So heard Trump say a deal was almost done a couple weeks ago. That's what D. Turner said. Richard Keyshawn says, everyone knows King Trump is holding all the cards. Burstich thinks nothing's going to happen tonight. Nothing else. Again, nothing from Trump on Truth Social since this missile attack happened. AP has an update. Israel says Iran launched missiles at it in first such bombardment since fragile ceasefire. Iran launched missiles at Israel in the first such bombardment since a fragile ceasefire took effect in early April, raising the possibility of a return to heavy fighting and complicating mediation efforts to end the war. That is a photo, actually, from AP of a streak across the sky in central Israel during an Iranian missile attack today. Maybe that's an interceptor. Iran state broadcaster confirmed the launches, and Iran closed its western airspace to brace for a responsible response. Also, Iran said that Khomeini Airport in Tehran is closed until further notice. Tehran had warned of retaliation after Israel struck Beirut's southern suburbs without warning earlier Sunday in defiance of Washington's request days ago to stand down. Israel said the Iranian-backed Hezbollah had fired at northern Israel earlier in the day. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard said in a statement, maybe we can look at that statement again. I read the statement earlier. Should these acts of aggression be repeated, the responses by Iran will be broader in scope and will encompass all American and Israeli targets throughout the region. Iran called this a warning. Iran, in a statement, the Revolutionary Guard, I believe, called these missile strikes a warning. Israel's military said it intercepted the missiles, and also, I believe, said some landed in open areas. An Israeli military spokesperson said Iran has made a grave mistake. The military's chief of staff said Israel will strike the energy Israel will strike the enemy with determination as soon as the order is given. Didn't guarantee an order would be given. But Israel's public broadcaster Khan said U.S. President Trump told Khan News he doesn't think Israel needs to respond further. And Trump told the Financial Times, I call all the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. Iran had previously warned that an attack on Beirut would renew full-scale war across the Mideast. Israel's attack today on Beirut came a few days after the Lebanese and Israeli governments agreed to a ceasefire in U.S.-hosted talks. Although Hezbollah had rejected the deal, the strike on a residential building in Beirut killed 2 people and wounded 20, Lebanon's health ministry said. Israel's strikes and ground invasion in Lebanon in pursuit of Hezbollah and Hezbollah's resistance to disarming have complicated an overall deal to end the war in the Middle East. Iran says any deal must include an end to fighting in Lebanon. Trump told a Fox News Channel reporter, I believe it was Trey Yingst, that he wanted the Iranians to stop firing missiles and return to the negotiating table. He also said Israel's strikes earlier today were not coordinated with the U.S. and said, I'm not happy about it. Last week on Monday, Israel had said it would strike the southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital, Beirut, but urgent talks via Washington halted that on the condition that Hezbollah stop targeting Israeli border towns. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who seeks re-election later this year, is under heavy domestic pressure to respond to both Iran and the Hezbollah threat, which has paralyzed life for thousands of residents along Israel's northern border. But Trump has made clear he does not want to see the war resume. All flights from Tehran's main international airport, Khomeini Airport, were suspended. That's a little summary. This is Israeli security forces examining a fragment of an intercepted Iranian missile in northern Israel today, Monday the 8th. So that's an update from AP. Shelley Amsterdam says 6 months later, we are close to a deal. Mams Broke says free Lebanon from Hezbollah. CHF says Trump isn't happy about Israel starting nonsense again. Mason D, the Financial Times interviewed Trump today. Hey, thanks so much to Velibor Vucetic. Velibor Vucetic, thank you. Velibor thinks Trump doesn't know what to do now. Ooh. Intel Point Alert said Citizen New York said multiple people were stabbed at Penn Station. I'm not aware that that was an attack. It might be some kind of fight or something. Let's see here. Hang on a second here. Let's see if I can see this on Citizen. Yeah, Citizen is reporting multiple people injured at a stabbing incident, and 3 people injured, they're saying. 1 critical, 1 serious. inside Penn Station. So let's keep an idea. Let's keep an eye on that. Has report from citizen of some people stabbed at New York's Penn Station. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Hang on. Thanks to Intel Point Alert for pointing that out. Citizen is currently reporting 3 people injured. One in critical condition, one with serious injuries, and one in stable condition. Let me just see. I don't know if I can get you. I want to keep an eye on that situation. Is there a New York City feed that would be talking about that, like Manhattan Police Scanner? Let's see here. I'm seeing fire scanner. I don't know if the police has one. NYPD, citywide. Here we go. Oh, Transit Division? Maybe it's this. You know what? Let me just really quick, I'll check the scanner to see if I can find anything on there. I don't really know the nature of this. One of the viewers said it looks like it was on the train. I haven't heard more. Let me just see if I can find out more. I mean, it could have just been a fight or something. Not that that's good, but I don't know yet. Hang on. I'm really just trying to. How do I get this back? How do I get this back? So confusing. There we go. Again, a report of several people stabbed at from Citizen NYC in Penn Station in New York City. So, give me a moment. I'm not seeing. There's not anyone that a lot of people are listening to. So, oh, Penn Station. Hey, look, breaking news. Look at this. NYPD activity. Expect traffic delays, road closures, mass transit disruptions, and emergency personnel near Penn Station, Manhattan. Avoid the area. At the moment, I don't have a scanner for this that I'm aware of that's people are listening to for this. I tried a couple of them and I'm just not seeing anything. Spacebound says I'm near and can hear sirens from my apartment. We're keeping an eye on this, trying to get more on the reported unconfirmed stabbing of several people reported at Penn Station in New York City. Five injured. Okay, Citizen now says 5 people injured, and all have been transported to the hospital. That's according to Citizen. Citizen now says 5 people were injured and all have been transported to the hospital. This is in the apparent stabbing incident at Penn Station. I don't know what the origin of this incident was. I should put that on the screen. Let me put that on the screen for you. I'll say unconfirmed report. Unconfirmed report. Five injured in stabbing at NYC's Penn Station. So we're keeping an eye on that too. Both things. But again, Citizen has been reporting on it. And I do not have any kind of updates yet on what caused this. And I am not seeing any scanner that lots of people are listening to about this. And the ones I tried were not actually playing anything. So I don't currently have a scanner that I can put on about this incident. Nothing that I see. Sorry, the main thing we're covering here is the Israel story, but I do want to keep you updated on other developments. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Some people are claiming there's being a big earthquake in the Philippines. I'm seeing it as a 7.3. According to EMSC, they say the earthquake was a 7.3. I'm looking at it right now. EMSC says 7.3. Nothing from USGS yet. Yeah, I'd be careful with these early reports about the earthquake because, again, EMSC right now has it as a 7.3. Where did I put this? Hang on. One moment. One moment. EMSC currently has the earthquake in the Philippines 8 minutes ago as a 7.3. I'll let you know if they update that. Still says 7.3 on, oh, now it says 8.2, I think. Now they're saying 8.2? Now I'm confused. It still says 7.3. Now they have it as an 8.2. Okay, so now I have to delete that post because they just changed it. They just changed it. All right, hang on a moment. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience. EMSC now has this earthquake 8 minutes ago in the Philippines as an 8.2. Crap. I didn't screen it right. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, they're calling it an 8.2 right now. Hold on. Hang on, I'll show you something more about the earthquake in the Philippines. So we're hearing reports of a earthquake in the Philippines. And all right, so we need to talk about both of these things now. We need to talk about both of these things. Really quick, you can see here 8.2 Philippines. Only about 35 miles from General Santos, population 679,000. Only about 15 miles from Glan, population 24,000. Now they're calling it an 8.1. Oh, it looks like it was just off. That's where they're saying it. Well, no, that's when it was 7.3, but that's the right day. That's the location they're giving. Now we got to put another thing up. All this news happening. EMSC says an earthquake was possibly felt in New York. What's this one? Earthquake possibly felt in New York? Did that happen? What's this? Yeah, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Can only do one thing at a time. I'm not seeing people posting about a New York earthquake. So I don't know about that because I'm not seeing a bunch of social media posts about it at all. So I don't know what's going on with that report. I'll have to keep an eye on that, but I just don't see posts about it right now. Yeah, let me show you what the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said. Oh, as B&O News posted, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center posted an alert. Tsunami threat, they say. Potential threat. Based on the earthquake parameters, hazardous tsunami waves from this earthquake are possible within the next 3 hours along some coasts of Indonesia, Philippines, Palau, Yap, Taiwan, and Papua New Guinea. This is an 8. They have it as an 8.2 currently. Uh, EMSC has it as an 8.1. USGS does not have it officially posted yet. Yeah, 8.1 according to EMSC. Yeah, I'm not seeing much about an earthquake that was felt in New York, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. Let me, for the moment, just update the title of this broadcast. So I'll mention the earthquake in the title. I got to do that. Okay, I updated the title. Give me a moment here. I'm sorry. There's just too much to do right now, so I'm trying to address all of these things at once. Can only do so many things at a time. Iran fires missiles at Israel and 8.1 earthquake near Philippines. There. Also, waiting to hear more about that incident at Penn State, apparent incident at Penn Station. Okay, here is, one moment, trying to get this up on the screen here. The Philippines earthquake website is not working particularly well at the moment. Probably everybody's trying to get on it. Oh, USGS has it as a 7.8. USGS has the earthquake as a 7.8. Okay, just so people know. USGS has it as a 7.8. I will show you in a second. Here. USGS, 7.8 earthquake, 24 kilometers west-southwest of Burias, Philippines. Just off the coast there. I got to update the headline. Give me a moment. Yeah, I don't know about damage that might have happened or anything. So we're keeping an eye on that and the Israel situation. Okay, give me a moment here. Depth, it says 35 kilometers right now. I don't know if that'll change. Yeah, they just posted about it on their X account. 7.8 earthquake. Now, I don't know if that's going to change. Breaking news. Hold on a second. We also, Nithya Raman has pulled ahead of Spencer Pratt in the votes for LA mayor for second place. Nithya Raman has pulled ahead of Spencer Pratt. Decision Desk HQ, breaking news. In addition, look at this. Decision Desk HQ projects that Nithya Raman will win the second of two spots in the California Los Angeles mayor nonpartisan primary. Breaking news. It has been looking for the past several days like she might catch up as more mail-in votes have come in. Here, let me show you here. There she is. She's now ahead of Spencer Pratt. And it's projected that she will stay ahead of Spencer Pratt. That's from Decision Desk HQ. So that happened too. So much news going on. So we'll have to talk about that as well. Vote Hub projected it as well as Decision Desk HQ. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. Now, regarding the earthquake, regarding that, there's a tsunami advisory now. Now, they still have it as an 8.2, but USGS has it as a 7.8. So I would think that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, U.S. Tsunami Warning Center, they could change. I'm guessing they will issue a second round of messages about this based on the new magnitude, because these are all based on this on it being an 8.2. Although the depth here is 39 miles, but the depth on USGS is 35 kilometers. I don't know how that'll affect things. So you can see here, this was just off the coast in the Philippines, a 7.8, and I kind of want to wait for the next tsunami warning or update from the Tsunami Warning Center, because again, the magnitude is different than they were originally projecting it as being. Impact summary. I don't have yet they don't have posted, I don't believe yet, like the estimate of like damage and that kind of thing. I don't see that yet. There is the location there. Now there is this city here, General Santos City, which is right in that inlet. So as to whether that's General Santos City has about 700,000 people. Could they be at risk for a tsunami? I don't know. Let's turn on satellite here. General Santos City. Let me see what else I can find out about that. Let me also put on the screen this. DDHQ calls, says Rahman will advance to LA mayor runoff. Pratt out. Ramen. Now, give me a moment. I'm trying to get you more information on the tsunami warning in the Philippines from this 7.8 earthquake. The problem is I can't get on their website. It's crazy. I'm going to the Philippines tsunami warning website, and it's just like it doesn't work. I have the X post, but the X post doesn't have the information about it. Now this says magnitude 7.0. I don't know why it says that, but anyways, So I'll try to get you the information from that. But right now, that website is just not loading. And I don't have an update yet from, yeah, these warnings over, these reports from U.S. Tsunami Warning System were all based on it being an 8.2. So they shortly should send out revised advisories. So I'm waiting for them to post the revised ones. Oh, here, I found it. I found it right here. Here's a tsunami warning. I got it. Tsunami warning from the Philippines. Hang on. Right here. Wave heights of more than 1 meter and may be higher on enclosed bays and straits. Okay. So here is the warning. Right there. You can see it on the screen. That's the official tsunami warning for the Philippines. Now, for some reason, I can't open this. Tsunami warning in Philippines says, oh, some areas could experience wave heights of more than 1 meter above normal tides and may be higher on enclosed bays and straits. So let's go over this warning here. This is the warning. This is the official warning from the Philippines. Now they say that the magnitude was a 7.0. It's a little strange because USGS says 7.8 and EMSC had it as an 8.1, although I don't know if the MSC updated. But at the moment, let's just talk about the actual warning. Based on the local tsunami scenario database, it is expected to experience wave heights of more than 1 meter above normal tides and may be higher on enclosed bays and straits. It is forecasted that the first tsunami waves will happen. And what time is it in the Philippines right now? I'd have to look this up. 8:10 a.m. So that would have already started. It's 8:10 a.m. So, well, maybe started. First tsunami waves would arrive between 7:37 a.m. and 9:37 a.m. It's currently 8:10. These waves may continue for hours. The people in the coastal areas of the following provinces are strongly advised to immediately evacuate to higher grounds or move further inland. And they list 9 different provinces there. Owners of boats in harbors, estuaries, or shallow coastal water of the above-mentioned provinces should secure their boats and move away from the waterfront. Boats already at sea during this period should stay offshore in deep waters until further advised. Okay. So again, that is the tsunami warning right there. Let me do something real quick here. And again, it says that the people who live in the coastal areas of those provinces, so not everybody in the provinces, the immediate, the coastal areas of those provinces. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on that. I don't have any update about the Penn Station thing. Oh, hold on. The suspect was considered emotionally disturbed. Okay. In the stabbing at Penn Station, according to FDNY. Give me a moment here. Okay, so FDNY says 5 people were injured at a stabbing at Penn Station. One suffered a serious injury, 2 moderate. One suffered serious injury, 2 moderate injuries, and the rest minor injuries. The suspect, considered emotionally disturbed, was arrested by Amtrak police, says, this is from ABC News, New York. The circumstances surrounding the stabbing are unknown. So again, that is from ABC News, New York. I'm sorry, I know we're jumping around to 10 different things here, but I got to keep try to keep updates on all these things. What is happening here? Bear with me, everyone. Sorry for the delay. There's too much happening. Five people were injured in stabbing at Penn Station. 1 serious injury, 2 moderate injuries, and the rest minor injuries. The suspect, considered emotionally disturbed, was arrested by Amtrak police. The circumstances surrounding the stabbing are unknown. Okay, so that's an update on that. And then I'll let you know more if and when I hear it. I've seen no reporting that the Penn Station stabbing was some sort of terrorist attack or something, but I'll let you know when I hear more. Um, and yes, as one of our viewers said, EMSC now has the earthquake in the Philippines as a 7.8. That's what USGS has it as a 7.8. And they say there was a 6.3 aftershock about 11 minutes after the original earthquake. The original earthquake was about 40 minutes ago. Okay. Now hold on a moment here. Oh, something else I want to point out. I just saw this. Trying to keep up with everything. Korea's Kospi stock index, which has gone up a ton in recent times, is down 8.37% today. Let me just show you a chart on that. Gergovin, who I follow, mentioned that. So I don't want to get too into this, but you can see the Kospi Korea index down 8.37% today. But if you look at the last 6 months, that's the last 6 months from TradingView. Back in December, it was at about 4,000. Now it's at, oh, and here's 1 year. Here's 1 year. Look at this. This is 1 year. So it was, I mean, back a year ago, it was like 2,800. And now it's at 7,400. But at the start of the day, it was over 8,000. And actually, a couple days ago, it had gotten up to 8,800. So very volatile. One of our viewers said, "Good luck, Doc." So it's really been going. I believe it was the best major stock market this year, but there's been this question of like, is there a bubble at all? And so I'm just letting you know, I don't want to get into all this now, but it's down 8.37% today. So that's a whole other thing. I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, and multiple reports say that the stock market was halted at when it went down. Hold on, let me just see this here. There's just too much going on. Yes, Chosun Daily, which is a Korean news, an outlet that reports Korean news, they say that the circuit breaker was tripped in South Korea, after the Kospi index fell about 8%, halting trading for 20 minutes. All right, so that's something we'll keep an eye on as well. Now, is there anything more on the tsunami? Do we get new tsunami advisories? Okay, hold on. We have a new. I have one new advisory here. So this is from U.S. Tsunami Warning System. Now, as I mentioned, originally they were saying the earthquake was an 8.2 and basing their projections on that. But they just came out with one that was based on it being a 7.8. There is no tsunami danger for the U.S. West Coast, British Columbia, or Alaska, just in case you were wondering. There you go. So I think they're going to come out with other alerts, but U.S. Tsunami Warning Center. Ugh, hold on. They say there is no tsunami danger for the U.S. West Coast, British Columbia, or Alaska. From 7.8 earthquake near the Philippines. Let me just clip that real quick. We'll see what else they say. Okay, so again, they say no tsunami danger from the U.S. West for the U.S. West Coast, British Columbia, or Alaska from the Philippines earthquake. Okay, and I'm waiting for them to post about other areas. Yeah, they haven't yet. So I'm interested in seeing what are they going to post about like the Philippines. But they haven't made a post on that yet. So I'm waiting for an update. Oh, they did do this. See, this is still based on 8.2 though. Okay, see, this is their latest forecast for the Philippines, but it's based on the old magnitude. So it says magnitude 8.2, and then they say that for some parts of the Philippines, waves reaching 1 to 3 meters above the tide level are possible along some coasts of the Philippines, 0.3 to 1 meters for some coasts of Indonesia and Malaysia. But remember, this is based on the original magnitude when it was an 8.2, but it is now USGS is calling it as a 7.8. So my guess is that they will post some kind of revised assessment, and I don't want to be wedded to these numbers when they are based on a higher magnitude than it actually is. So I'm going to wait. I showed you what they said, but again, just a caveat, this is based on the old 8.2 magnitude. So as soon as I have a better sense, I'll let you know. But what I can do is keep looking to see if they updated it from the Philippines itself. I also don't know why the Philippines warning is based on a 7.0. It's kind of confusing. The official Philippines warning. Then someone mentioned Japan. I'll keep an eye on that as well. I should be able to pull that up actually. I bet I can pull it up right here. Here it is. This is Japan right here. Japan has a tsunami advisory. For the yellow area, there is a tsunami advisory in Japan, and it says estimated maximum height 1 meter. Then the blue, it says estimated maximum height under 0.2 meter. So there is a tsunami advisory in yellow for parts of Japan where it says estimated maximum height 1 meter. Oh, but that's based on an 8.2 as well. See, it says 8.2 up here. So I don't know if that's going to change if they decide it's a 7.8. The USGS has it as a 7.8. That's based on an 8.2. Yeah, the latest official alert is still the same in the Philippines. Again, I don't know why they're calling it a 7.0. So I don't know if this is going to change. But they said, again, wave heights of more than 1 meter above the normal tides is expected and may be higher on enclosed bays and straits. And they said that people in the coastal areas of 9 different provinces are strongly advised to immediately evacuate to higher grounds or move further inland. Yeah, as one of our viewers just pointed out, Yumi, they had a depth of 10 kilometers. USGS is saying that the depth was 35 kilometers. All right, so we're keeping an eye on that. We're keeping an eye on that right now. Oh, is there something new from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center? Let's see. Or U.S. Tsunami Warning Center? Yes, there is. Oh no, that's not new. That is not new. I'm waiting for the new one. I'm waiting to see what the U.S. Tsunami Warning Center says about the Philippines itself. You can see they actually posted on their X account here. National Tsunami Warning Center. There is no tsunami danger to the North American coasts of the U.S. or Canada following a recent earthquake. I don't have reports yet about damage in the Philippines possible from the 7/8 earthquake. When I see stuff, I'll let you know. Yes, some people are asking about Penn Station. I already covered that a bunch on the stream, And I posted about it on my social media about 15 minutes ago. Just to repeat, according to the FDNY, 5 people were stabbed at Penn Station, 1 serious injured, 2 moderate injuries, the rest minor injuries. The suspect, considered emotionally disturbed, was arrested. Circumstances surrounding the stabbing are unknown. That is from FDNY via ABC7 New York. A quick thanks, by the way, to Delaware Sasquatch, who says, I was on a video call with my wife as the earthquake struck, and it was felt on the north side of the island. She received an earthquake alert 15 to 20 seconds before it hit. No immediate damage, and she's in Cagayan de Oro. You're saying that's on the north side. That's what our viewer says. I'm glad your wife is okay. I guess she's there. Yeah, so our viewer said his wife is on the north side of that island. I can find it for you here. I was going to show you where that is. Yeah, so see here, Cagayan de Oro City is here. And that is on the northern side of the island where the earthquake hit off the southern side. Thanks, Delaware Sasquatch. Thanks also Chris Rowe 7 and Michael McIntyre and Broiana Sir. No, there's no Nancy Guthrie updates. I have nothing. If I get anything, I'll let you know. I haven't heard anything in months, sadly. John LA 1776, thank you. Jeff TE 88, PFCR, thank you. The Bearded Texan, thanks for being a member. I am Charlie, thank you. Billy Cusack, thank you. Billy says, pictures I am seeing online from Penn suggest the incident occurred in the NJ Transit Corridor. That's what Billy says. I cannot confirm that. Thank you so much, Billy. Thanks also Hoodoo 2001, who thinks Trump is making an error to think the Islamists are rational. He keeps doubling down on the same error. He is not the first politician to make this error. Thanks XKR2, who thinks there might be a Trump post at 11 a.m. or so tomorrow if the market drops, not before market, as that's old school. That's what XKR2 says. I think XKR is thinking about talking about a Trump post. Thanks, I am Charlie. Thanks, Byte Mode. Thank you so much, Byte Mode, who I believe is one of our moderators. Thank you. Tim Glenn, thanks. Tim Glenn says, makes Netanyahu not look good. If a deal cannot be made, he can strike. Maybe a week later. If a deal is made, then no need to strike. Thanks, Awesome Gaming TV HD. Sorry, I'm behind on thanking people. There's been so much news going on. I want to thank our mods too. Hold on a second. Also, thanks so much to... Why is that happening now? Thanks to Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch and Big Dog Gaming for your support on Twitch. I really appreciate it. And Justin D. Winters for the gift subscription on Twitch. Thanks to our moderators, Good Luck Duck on Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. I really appreciate it. Also on Facebook, our moderators there, Michael Fergal, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder, Darren Charlo. Our viewer, Matt Hooper, said lots of buildings have collapsed in the Philippines. I just haven't even had a chance to really look at the local information, so I'll try to do it in a second. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thanks so much. And hang on a moment here. I got to get some more water too. Thanks, Bite Mode, for moderating. Haley Girl, Ruth over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Beth Mythical as well. Thank you so much, mods. Also, thanks so much to Katie Kubiak, who gave 20 memberships. That's really nice of you. Katie Kubiak, thank you. Also, Laura K., thanks for being a member. Now, all right, so we're keeping an eye on information about the earthquake. Oh, I have an update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. U.S. Tsunami Warning Center. Hold on. U.S. Tsunami Warning Center. Here. 1 to 3 meters above the tide level, possible along some coasts of the Philippines. This is with the updated magnitude 7.8. Okay, so this is the latest forecast here. U.S. Tsunami Warning Center. Tsunami waves reaching 1 to 3 meters above the tide level are possible along some coasts of Philippines. Tsunami waves reaching 0.3 to 1 meters are above the tide level are possible for some coasts of Indonesia and Malaysia. I mean, obviously, 3 meters. Now, these tsunami, I mean, even 1 meter is very serious, but 3-meter tsunami waves, they're saying you could have in some parts of the Philippines. That is the latest update that they just posted. That's what they just posted in the last few minutes, I believe. Again, 1 to 3 meters above the tide level, tsunami waves possible along some coasts of the Philippines. 0.3 to 1 meters above the tide level for some coasts of Indonesia and Malaysia. Less than 0.3 meters for a bunch of other countries. You can see there, including Guam, by the way. So we're going to have to see what happens there. I'll try to get some more updates from the Philippines. I need a moment. What was I going to pull up here? What was I going to pull up here? I can't even remember. If you missed it, Iran fired around 10 missiles at Israel earlier today. And there's this question about whether Israel will retaliate as they normally would, but Trump does not want Israel to retaliate. So we don't know what's going to happen. Oh, here's an estimate from the USGS about the earthquake, about damage and fatalities. So the USGS says there's a 43% chance of between 1 and 10 fatalities and an 18% chance of between 10 and 100, and a 36% chance of between 0 and 1 fatalities. They say economic losses, 36% chance of between 10 and 100 million USD, 34% chance of between 1 and 10 million USD, 15% chance of between 100 and 1,000, 100 million and a billion USD, and 14% chance of between 0 and 1 million USD. They say that in terms of shaking, no one was in the extreme shaking area. No one was in violent shaking area. About 16,000 located in 8 out of 10 severe shaking area. About 3 million in very strong shaking. About 6.8 million in strong shaking, and so forth. Overall, the population in this region resides in structures that are a mix of vulnerable and earthquake-resistant construction. The predominant vulnerable building types are reinforced concrete and heavy wood frame construction. This was off the coast. Yeah, I think it's about 20, well, that's about 5 miles. About 20 miles or so off the coast. Maybe a little more. Bloomberg reported that the Kospi South Korea Stock Index, which tumbled early Monday, as much as 8.8%, was led by steep losses in chipmaker shares on an intensifying rotation out of AI beneficiaries. Stocks pared losses after trading resumes, said Bloomberg. And currently, I'm looking at the Kospi market in there, and it is down 6.63%. This is from trading view, you can see the Kospi index was down almost 9%. Then it jumped up a bit. Now it's at down 6.21% for the day. We'll keep an eye on that. That stock market has gone up a lot. And over in the course of a year, you can see it's up about, well, 100, says 170% roughly in a year. I have not heard about big updates on the Israel-Iran situation at this point. Javier Ueda said watching some live streams from Philippines, just the usual stuff. Yeah, I don't really have a great sense of the aftermath of the earthquake there. Ooh, BNO News posted a video of a building collapsing. I don't own the rights to the video. They say it's from this. Let me see. Hold on a second. AZ Intel posted what he said was a photo of damage in the city of General Santos. I'll post a link to these in the chat. I cannot verify these photos or videos. Let me check something. Hold on a moment. I am just checking trying to check some local sources here. Inquirer says internet, electricity, and water service in Karandal City were disrupted and other areas of Mindanao. Mindanao is the island where this occurred off of the coast of Mindanao Island. It's the second largest island in the Philippines and the seventh most populated in the Philippines. Hang on a moment. That's weird. Hold on a moment here. Swizzard says there are a lot of vloggers posting stuff. I was looking at a bunch of the news outlets there, not seeing that much, but I'm sure there's more stuff out there. I was looking at some of the newspapers and news channels and haven't found that much there. Oh, I found a picture of some damage to a parking building, which I will post a link to in the chat. A mall parking building damaged. I'll post a link in the chat to that. Yeah, I'm seeing some videos posted. Again, I don't own the rights to these, but I'll post some in the chat. Hey, thanks Sandeep from watching from India. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Spooky T Kid. Thank you. And for Jesus 1981 End Time Prophecy. Thank you. And Delaware Sasquatch. Yeah, I'm looking into it, Delaware Sasquatch. I'll see what I can find about the earthquake. I've been posting some videos and photos in the chat. Thanks, Denise Free Your Mind, for being a member. Wendy Knudsen for being a member. Sandra, thanks so much for the membership. Sandra S1677. And Yervant Kashishian. I have not been following the Armenia presidential election, which Yervant asked me about. I have not been following it. Reuters says Armenia's Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan declared victory with a fifth of the polling sites in, showing his party with around 54% of the vote. But only early results from about 21% of polling stations are in. I don't know what's going to happen there. I'll keep an eye on it. Show Philippines. I am not hiding. I am not hiding a Philippines live stream for you. I do not have any live streams of the Philippines. I'm not hiding them from you. I have to pay for video that I use. I have to have the rights to it, and I don't currently have any video live from the Philippines. All right, I have to get some water. My water bottle is empty. I need a minute. Here is the updated tsunami threat forecast there. And let me put on the screen. Steve will be back in a minute. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute, okay? I'm coming right back for more updates. Okay. Thanks for your patience. We're bringing you the latest updates on the situation in the Middle East, also the 7.8 earthquake and tsunami threat, earthquake that hit near the Philippines. Iran fired missiles, about 10 missiles at Israel. We're waiting to see if Israel will launch a military retaliation, even though President Trump does not want them to. Also, hey, a quick thanks. I forgot to thank before. Thank you so much, Y Chin. Hey, Y, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for your note. And thanks for your support, Y Chin. I really appreciate it. AZ Intel posted a supposed video of a building collapse. Is that one already posted? Might be the same building in the other video. Another, yes. Looks like a building with a Jollibee restaurant in it. Here, I'll post a link to that in the chat. I'll actually post for more videos and photos, see Steve's X feed, because I don't have the rights to these things, but I can repost them on X. And hang on a moment here. If the mods can pin my comment with my X feed on Twitch and Facebook, that would be awesome. Thank you. I'll pin it on YouTube. Yeah, so you can go to my X feed and see some of the videos. I've been reposting some stuff there. Now, by the way, there's been a 6, in terms of aftershocks, I see on USGS. I assume these are all related. Yes, a bunch of aftershocks. There's been a 6.1, a 6.0, and a 4.8. At least. I think EMSC will probably list some more of them. Oh, there was a 6.5 aftershock 6 minutes ago. 6.5 aftershock 6 minutes ago. Look at that. See that? 6.5 6 minutes ago. There's been a 5.0, a 5.2, a 4.8. I can just do that region. Then there's a 6.0, a 6.1, a 4.8. There's a 7.8 there. But there was a 6.4 6 minutes ago. 6.4 aftershock. I assume it's, yeah, it's the same general location, I believe. Okay. Yeah, 6.5 aftershock. Right here. Seven minutes ago. I'm posting this right now. But you can see right there, it says it on EMSC. 6.5 aftershock, 7 minutes ago. Neil N says, good news is assume it was a bit early in the day for there to be anyone at the restaurant except maybe staff. This happened, the earthquake, local time at it was an hour and 25 minutes ago. I'd have to look this up. Yeah, it happened around 7:40 a.m. Around 7:40 a.m. The 7/8. That's according to EMSC. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, right here, 7:37. The Philippines Department of Science and Technology said it was 7:37 is when it happened. All right, so much to discuss here. And I'd like to give you more on the Middle East. It's interesting, it's 4 a.m. in Israel right now. I have not heard much from there in the last couple hours. Oh, CNN had an update. They're reporting something too about the Israel situation. Give me a moment here. CNN, like Axios, is reporting. CNN says Trump told Netanyahu to hold off on retaliatory strikes. That's according to a U.S. official. Maybe the same official talked to both Axios and CNN. Again, CNN reporting that Trump told Netanyahu in a phone call to hold off on a retaliatory attack in the hope of salvaging diplomacy. Axios had reported that Netanyahu, Barak Ravid had reported from Axios and also N12 News had reported that that Trump had told Netanyahu to hold off for a few days more because a deal was close. And also Barak Ravid reported that Netanyahu kind of agreed or pseudo agreed to hold off after putting up some resistance. I don't know what really happened. No, I don't have any update on any kind of tsunami observations yet. At some point, the Tsunami Warning Center will post updates about tsunami observations. Again, they say that in the Philippines, they're expecting 1 to 3 meter tsunami waves possible in some locations. But I have not seen any report of any observations yet, so we'll have to see. Yes, David Joe Klotz says we haven't heard from Netanyahu yet. We haven't had a public statement from him. Maybe it's easier for him to not give a public statement when it's 4 in the morning Israel time. If it was noon, maybe he'd have to say something sooner. And then the stock market opens Monday at 9:30 a.m. in the U.S. I'm looking for big updates from the Philippines, and I'm not. I'm just about the tsunami situation. If I see stuff, I'll let you know. I'm just trying to get you some updates here. Give me a moment here. So this is from NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Tsunamis with run-ups over 1 meter are particularly dangerous to people and property, but smaller tsunamis can also be dangerous. Most tsunami damage and destruction is caused by flooding, wave impacts, erosion, strong currents, and floating debris. I was trying to get you more of a breakdown by height. Because they said between 1 to 3 meters in some parts of Philippines. Hang on a second here. Was there another one, or was this the aftershock? USGS posted about another earthquake, but I think this was the aftershock from, yeah, like 17 minutes ago. That was the aftershock we had talked about. 6.4, they say. I looked at a couple of news channels, like on YouTube, Philippines news channels, and they're showing like a hearing, like a government hearing. Maybe I'm not looking at not at the right ones, but I don't know how they normally cover this stuff there. Oh, I can see another one here. Let's see. Now I'm looking at a different channel. I'll keep an eye on it. And still nothing from President Trump. President Trump has not even posted. He has not posted about the situation with the Iranian missile attack on Israel? Nothing. Hey, thanks to Louis Bilbrout for the membership. That's so nice of you. Louis Bilbrout, thank you. Thanks also Shave Ezra for subscribing on Twitch. So I'll keep checking. Do we have a new post? Is there a new post? It says American Samoa International. If you were wondering, there is no further threat, tsunami threat to American Samoa from this earthquake. Kill Chronics thinks Trump is keeping it quiet till the destruction begins. I'm going to remove the DDHQ projection. But again, DDHQ projects Nithya Raman will advance in the second place for the LA mayor runoff, along with Karen Bass, and that Spencer Pratt will not advance. Tsunami monitoring. Hey, look. This says detection. Have anything been detected? Where is this? Can I click on this map? Let's see. This is the Philippines site. It doesn't say anything. So confused. It says tsunami monitoring. Oh, I think this is not real-time page. It's just telling you they have monitoring stations. So that's not going to really be helpful. How about tsunami hazard maps? No, I think that's the latest tsunami bulletin. I think that's going to be the same thing as before. There was an let's see, what is this here? Hold on. Explosions heard in Beirut and explosions heard in Here is Lebanon said explosions heard in Beirut. Let me check out my Beirut stream. I don't see any. I'm looking at a Beirut feed right now and don't see anything. I'll pull it up here. I don't know why there'd be more explosions in Beirut. I can't imagine that Israel's rushing to attack Beirut again. Here, I'll put up the Beirut feed. That's one of the feeds from Beirut. I guess I should do It's 4:19 a.m. Lebanon time. Yeah, here is Lebanon. This account I follow said there was an explosion heard in Beirut. And then also, yes, Ali Hashem with Al Jazeera says explosions heard in Beirut, but no signs of attacks on Beirut or its southern suburbs. Some are reporting this could be interceptions in Lebanese skies. So I don't know what to make of that. Also, reports of explosions heard in Baghdad. Here is Lebanon claims that the sound of interceptor missiles can be heard from southern Lebanon all the way to Beirut. So I'm a little confused what's going on. Hold on. I'm not hearing any volume on this. I have a second shot from Beirut that I can put on the air. If you give me a moment. I need a moment to get the second shot up on the screen. I can see it now. Oh, this one should be coming in. First of all, this one should be right. Why is this all messed up? That's there. And this is the AFP one. Is there volume on this? Yeah. Not hearing anything right at the moment. Hold on. Breaking update. Do we have an update here? Hold on a second. Do we have an update here? Give me a moment. What did I just see? I just saw a report. Where is this coming from? Where did that come from? I want to make sure about this report. I just saw an unconfirmed report, but why is this? I'm so confusing. Give me a moment. One reporter claimed that there was some sort of announcement about Israel retaliating against Iran, but I haven't seen that anywhere else. Okay, I'm seeing unconfirmed reports. There are unconfirmed reports. There are unconfirmed reports floating around that Israel has said it's carrying out attacks on Iran now. But that's unconfirmed. It's a confusing situation. So what I need to do is keep an eye out for more. I've seen 2 unconfirmed reports, but it's weird because normally if that was really happening, you'd see it everywhere. I've seen nothing from the Israeli military officially, and most Israeli sites are not talking about it. So I don't know what's going on. It's confusing. It's a confusing situation here. Several explosions. Breaking news. Explosions heard in Iran, in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. Iran state media reporting. Reports of explosions in Iran. Now, Iran State Media, IRIB. Several explosions heard in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. Breaking news. Okay, breaking news. That's from Iran State Media. I do not have. Now I think we might be seeing some lightning or something on the screen. It might be raining there. That's Lebanon. That's not Israel. That's not Iran. I don't have a live shot from Iran. But again, Iran State Media says several explosions heard in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. Okay, give me a quick moment here. For the moment, I need to do something real quick. We're going to go back on our... Give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. Again, Iranian state media says several explosions heard in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. But so it's possible that Israel is attacking Iran right now, but we don't know. I would like to maybe, well, I'm going to leave this shot up for now. Let me put a map up and show you where we're here. Hold on, IDF confirms that they have struck targets belonging to Iran. IDF confirms right now. They just confirmed it. I'm going to read you their report. IDF. A short while ago, the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran. That is now confirmed by the IDF. They just posted it right now. I am reading you their statement. So, breaking news. Israel announces has just struck military conducted strikes in western and central Iran. Breaking news. Breaking news. We're and I don't have a live shot from Iran. I should try to get one up from Israel. But that is a breaking news, and I'm going to show you their post about it, the IDF post. A short while ago, the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran. Details to follow. Okay, so give me a moment. Let me just get organized here. But big breaking news, big breaking news. And I just need to get organized here. And is Iran going to fire back now? Big new news confirmed by the IDF. Confirmed by the IDF. Oh, I was going to look for the live shot. The live shot situation is I have a Haifa shot from Israel. I'm going to put up the Haifa shot from Israel. That's the only shot I think I have from Israel right now. Throw that one over here. Hang tight here while I put the Haifa shot up. So we won't want that one up. We want that one up. That's the Haifa shot from Haifa, Israel. Israel has retaliated against Iran for the Iranian missile firings earlier this evening. Oh, here is the post from the IDF just posted about it on their English language site. Here you go. The Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran a short while ago. There you go. I'm going to turn this down. Breaking news. Israel launches strikes on Iran in response to Iranian missile attack. Big breaking news. President Trump had said he didn't want them to attack Israel, but they have. No, we're not. We're focusing on this right at the moment. I'm sorry for the person who asked for tsunami news. I will have more when I get it, but we need to focus on this right at the second. This just happened. I will let you know about the Philippine stuff when I hear about it. Now, let me see if we can get more information here. And is Iran going to respond? Again, according to Iranian state media, explosions were heard in the areas of Tehran, Isfahan, and Tabriz. Iran, Isfahan, and Tabriz. Now, what I can do is pull up a map here and show you. Tehran is in northern Iran. There's Tehran. There's Isfahan. And I have to confess, I don't remember. And Tabriz is here. So Iran, Isfahan, Tehran, Tabriz. Tabriz, Tehran, Isfahan, and there's Israel over here. So, oopsie, I don't want to do that. Okay, now, Motivational Living, thank you. Motivational Living says, so we're back at war again, ceasefire ended. I don't know. Will President Trump say the ceasefire is still in effect? I have no idea. Thank you, Jeff TE88 at PFCR for your support. Soka Deb, thanks for being a member. Motivational Living, Ink Patriot Queen, thanks for being a member. One Dakash, thanks for being a member. E1991M thinks Trump wants de-escalation, and I do too. Thanks, E1991M. Don Finlaw, thanks for your support. We're getting you the latest updates here as Israel retaliates for... hey guys. Now, there is a post from OSINT Technical, which claims to show, I don't have the rights to it, a large explosion in the vicinity of Tehran's Mehrabad International Airport. I will post the link to that in the chat. Okay. So, just to be clear here, Ali BK on... Hold on. Ali BK is reporting, he's reporting about raids in Kermanshah, Iran. There's some video and some photos coming out of apparent explosions in Iran with these strikes. Let's see here. Karaj. Also report explosion in Karaj. Hold on a second. Tasneem says the sound of an explosion was also heard in the Karaj direction. That is from Tasneem News, Iranian state media. Iran state media Tasneem. The sound of an explosion was also heard in the Karaj direction. So we're hearing Iranian media report explosions heard in the areas of Tehran, Isfahan, Tabriz, and Karaj. And just to show you where Karaj is, so we've said there's Tabriz, Tehran, Iran, and you know what? I can't remember where Karaj is, so I need to look it up. Karaj is there. Oh, Karaj is, well, there's Karaj right there near Tehran. Karaj right there, I think is what they're talking about. So we have Tabriz, Isfahan, Tehran, and Karaj. Talk of explosions. And give me a moment here. So news coming in now of Israeli strikes on Iran. Now, will we see Iran retaliate at this point? Are we going to see retaliation from Iran? Just adjust this here. Give me a moment. "4:39 a.m. Israel time. But big breaking news. So again, Israel has now attacked Iran after Iran launches missiles at Israel. Israel has attacked Iran after Iran launched missiles at Israel. Hang on, I'm just updating the description here. If you can bear with me for a second, guys. We're bringing you the latest updates. What is going to happen next now? Again, this has happened in multiple reports of explosions in Iran in multiple cities. Trying to get you the latest updates here. Bear with me. Bear with me. To repeat, Israel has carried out strikes in western and central Iran. They say it was military targets. Now what will happen? Mehr News, well, Iranian state media had reported explosions in a number of locations. Hold on a second here. What is this, guys? Hey, guys, breaking news. What was this? That was from before. Sorry. This is not breaking news. Hold off on the breaking news. That was not breaking news. But when I have breaking news, I'll let you know. I am checking a lot of sources in Israel and the Middle East, trying to get you more updates here to figure out what is going on. Big breaking news. As I've mentioned, we know that state media has reported explosions in Iran in the areas of Tehran, Isfahan, Tabriz, and Karaj, possibly other locations as well, but multiple locations in Iran struck by Israel. Is this the end of the ceasefire? The real end of the ceasefire? So this is an unconfirmed screenshot from Isfahan from Ali BK. Ali BK3 on Telegram claims that this is a shot from Isfahan, but it's unclear. And again, I don't know the original origin of this, but that's from Ali BK. He posted it on Telegram. Ali BK3 on Telegram says it's a shot from Isfahan, unconfirmed at the moment. There are some photos and videos floating around the internet claiming to show different sites with large smoke columns after strikes in Iran. No, it's not the wrong time of the day, I don't believe. Right now it is 5:17 a.m. in Iran. And there's a number of those floating around. So I can't imagine that a bunch of these floating around, which are different pictures, are all just grossly false because it's total pitch dark there. Yes, sunrise in Tehran is 4:48. Okay, so just to be clear, Tehran sunrise is 4:48, and it is currently 5:18 a.m. The sun has been up for a half an hour in Tehran. Faytux News posted a picture, smoke seen rising in Isfahan, Iran after Israeli strikes. It's the same picture I just showed you. Now, Vahid Online posted a number of reports of explosions in Iran that I think are from the last few minutes. No, that's not local time. They're from like a half an hour ago. Vahid Online, if I'm reading this right, was posting reports of That came in about a half an hour ago in Iran of explosions there. I'm seeing a lot of unconfirmed stuff floating around. So I want to be careful here. OSINT Technical says reports of additional Israeli aircraft taking off from their bases. Now, I haven't seen those reports. That's what OSINT Technical says. So I cannot confirm that. Yeah, and I see like Al Jazeera says Israeli media says airstrikes targeted Merabat airport. I don't know that I've seen any Israeli media say that. So I'd be careful with these reports that say other media outlets say this, and then they don't tell you what the other media outlets are, and then they don't link to them. Because then you're like, wait, where are these original reports? I've only seen one statement from the IDF, and it was short, and it said more details soon. But the Israeli Air Force um, has a short while ago, the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran. Details to follow. I-24 News posted what they said is a video of smoke rising from a strike in Isfahan. I'll post the link to that in the chat. Regarding oil prices, it looks like so they initially started out the day when the market opened about 4 hours ago. They were about 96. It had gone down to 95.11 Brent crude, and then it looks like when this news came out, is this? Yeah, about when this news broke, it looked like they went from not up that much. They went from like 95.11 to 96.97, and now they're back down to 95.92. That's Brent crude oil. I'm assuming that WTI is similar. Similar for WTI, couple dollars less, but so we really don't have a lot of good information on what the nature of these Israeli strikes is, what damage they've done, how wide were they, are there going to be more? What is Iran going to launch responses on Israel? Um, these are questions we don't know the answers to right now. No, I've seen absolutely nothing from Trump or the White House. Nothing. Nothing at all. Also, could we see Iran launch strikes not just on Israel, but could Iran try to strike Gulf countries? That's a whole other question. Thanks, Boba J. Fett and Kendra Fox on Twitch and Big Dog Gaming for your support. Thanks also for your support, Motivational Living. Oh, hold on a second. I need a moment here. I need a moment here. Thanks, Nashinas, who says, does this mean Israel doesn't care about what Trump asked them to do anymore? That I can't say. I don't know what the call exactly was between Netanyahu and Trump before. Thank you, Nashinas26, Sabra576, Brushun, who says, I thought Trump was calling all the shots. Thanks, Brushun, for your support. Stormy Dude, thanks again for the memberships. Thank you very much. And Spicy Tuna Roll, thank you, who says, congrats on correctly predicting the poll earlier, everyone. The majority of people thought we would see, when we did a poll, we thought we would see a retaliation from Israel tonight. Thanks, Yo-Yo, who thinks war is back on now. Trump dithering shows weakness. Thanks, Michigan Blunder, who thinks Iran could fire missiles for 5 years and not run out. And thanks, TE88PFCR, who thinks the next move by U.S. will be an all-in move. Jeff thinks if the U.S. attacks Iran again, it will be quick, ugly, and decisive. Thank you, Darth, Bama, and Inked Patriot Queen, and Ryan DT, who thinks Iran might turn off the internet completely again soon. I don't know the exact situation. It has been coming back some in recent weeks. I'd have to check the exact situation. AZ Intel's dad, thank you for your support as well. Also, I appreciate that. JD63 and Tom Lewis are members. Christopher Sievers, thanks so much, Christopher, and Jerry Swallow as well. And Lisa Messer, thanks for the memberships. Lisa Messer. I appreciate that. All right, let's try to get you more updates here. Again, I'm seeing a bunch of, like rumors floating around, but not a lot of well-sourced information on what exactly is going on. Almost 5 a.m. Israel time right now. Almost 5:30 a.m. Iran time right now. Yeah, so NetBlocks posted on May 28th. This is back on May 28th when NetBlocks said, let me show you what they said on May 28th. On May 28th, NetBlocks said 3 months ago today, Iran shut off access to the global internet, While connectivity has now largely returned, metrics indicate that users still face heavy filtering similar to the interim period between the January protests and the start of the war. That was from May 28th. I haven't yet seen like a big statement from Iranian state media yet. Is there another IDF announcement? I haven't seen it. Hang on, let me check here. Let me check because I haven't seen it. Oh, I've only seen one announcement from the IDF, and it said that the Air Force struck military targets of the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran a short while ago. Further details to follow. I have not heard any kind of report except for random posts in our chat claiming that Israel hit Karg Island. I've heard no report of that. If I hear it, I'll let you know. We have an update from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which I'm going to show you right now. The Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that Israeli enemy has attacked targets on our soil using air-launched ballistic missiles. According to IRNA, yes, so the Revolutionary Guard announces that Israel has attacked targets on Iranian soil using air-launched ballistic missiles. So again, that's a new statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard saying that Israel has attacked targets on Iranian soil using air-launched ballistic missiles. Give me one moment here. I can do this. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. I'm just trying to get a new thumbnail up. Okay, sorry. Thanks for your patience. I was just updating the thumbnail here. All right, let's see if we get you some more updates here. What is going to happen next? Yeah, by the way, just to be clear, that announcement from the Iranian state media claimed that Israel attacked targets on Iranian soil using air-launched ballistic missiles. Now, would they launch ballistic missiles from air? Let's see. Gemini says Israel possesses a highly sophisticated and actively deployed arsenal of air-launched ballistic missiles. There you go. That's what it says. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'll let you know more when I hear about it. Let's look for more updates. Breaking news, Almog Boker, who's an Israeli reporter, says the security establishment is preparing for retaliatory fire from Iran. That is, Israeli reporter Almog Boker says Israel is preparing for retaliatory fire from Iran. Almog Boker is with News 12. Israeli reporter Almog Boker on his Telegram account. He says, again, the security establishment is preparing for retaliatory fire from Iran. Oh, also, uh, Walla News' Amir Bobat posted this. Thanks to eLint News for mentioning this. Walla News' Amir Bobat said more than 10 sites were attacked by the Israeli Air Force, including air defense systems and ballistic missiles. I can't confirm that. That's from Walla News' Amir Bobat. Khan News says the IDF, Khan News Israel reports, Israel is preparing for the possibility of additional launches from Iran. That is from Khan News. All right, give me a moment here. Sorry. We're bringing you the latest updates here. I'm seeing some people online raise the possibility that uh, I've seen some online raise the possibility that maybe Trump was saying, maybe the reporting out there that Trump said he was telling telling Israel not to retaliate, maybe that was a deception. I mean, my personal thought is, I would think Iran would just assume that if they launched missiles at Israel, that there was a good chance Israel would attack them. I can't believe that the Iranian leadership would be sitting there and saying, "Oh wow, Axios reports that and Fox News say that Trump doesn't want Israel to attack, therefore they're not going to attack." I find that hard to believe. So I can't say whether those reports were accurate about what Trump said and whether it was intended misdirection. I just find it hard that any misdirection in that sense would really affect Iran's behavior. I would have to think Iran, again, would just assume, no matter what they read in the media, that after firing 10 missiles at Israel, there's a decent chance Israel would launch strikes at them. Michael Weiss, who I follow, thinks that another possibility is that Netanyahu spent a bunch of time telling Trump on the phone that Israel had to respond, and maybe Trump agreed to some sort of limited response. It's possible too. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a good sense in the big scheme of things. How big or restrained was this response? I mean, we see some photos and videos of some big explosions, but I don't have the specifics on what exactly was hit. And Maybe in Iran they're seeing these strikes and they're saying, Israel could have done a lot more. So I just don't have a sense on how big this attack is. Oh, no urban areas were targeted in Tehran, according to the Tehran Fire Department. Look at this post. This morning, Tehran Fire Department, this is from IRIB State Media. Tehran Fire Department, urban areas were not targeted. This morning, at least 2 explosions were heard in various parts of western Tehran around 4:43 and 4:45. So that would be about an hour ago. But a spokesman for the Tehran Fire Department said no urban areas in Tehran were targeted. For whatever that's worth. Give me a moment here. What is going to happen next as it starts getting light in Israel? Oh no, I don't. That's not a really good update. Let's see here. Iran, remember, fired missiles, about 10 missiles at Israel hours ago. I want to say about 6-7 hours ago, whenever we came on the air. And that was after Israel launched attacks on Beirut today against Hezbollah targets. Thank you so much to Robert Newton for your support. I really appreciate it. Robert Newton. Also, Matt McQuinn. Thank you, Matt. Matt thinks that Iran wouldn't give Trump the terms he wanted, and this is an off-ramp from negotiations for Trump and can blame Israel while ordering new U.S. strikes. That's what Matt thinks. We'll have to see. Thanks, Hannah Williams and Dino Nuggies, for being members. Thanks, Go North Then West, for your support, who says we'll never know what's going on behind closed doors in marriage and war talks and negotiations. Thank you. What will happen next? Ah, Al Arabiya. See, this is one of these posts that I hate. I hate this kind of post. Al Arabiya had said 40 minutes ago, Iranian media says sound of explosion heard on Karg Island. I have seen no report in Iranian media of an explosion heard on Karg Island. I really hate these posts when a news outlet says, Iranian media says this, or Israeli media says this, and then they don't even say they don't tell you what the news outlet is, and then you go look yourself and you're like, I don't see anything. I follow all kinds of Iranian media outlets here, and I have seen not a peep about Karg Island, so I don't know what Al Arabiya was talking about there, but I haven't seen it. Maybe they can post a link to that report, because I haven't seen it in Iranian media. But I haven't heard anything about that from any of the Iranian outlets I follow. If you post that there is an alert, like a missile alert or rocket alert, and there's not, you will be timed out for an extended length of time. I just did that to somebody. No one wants to see that in the chat. Khosrow Isfahani with the National Union for Democracy in Iran says Khosrow believes that a key concern for people waking up in Iran is that the regime might cut the internet again. One of our viewers talked about that too. Holly Dagres, who's with Washington Institute. She says the same thing. She says, I'm seeing a lot of Iranians expressing worry about another internet shutdown. Still nothing from President Trump, either about the original Iranian missile attack or Israeli retaliation. Nothing on social media from President Trump. Also no official press release or anything from the White House. Now, I haven't heard of new Israeli strikes at this point. Trying to get more information here. What's going to happen next? What is going to happen next? Yeah, not much has really happened with the oil price since this happened. Really, not much at all. At 6 Eastern time, it opened around, this is WTI crude. At 6 Eastern time, it opened around 93 or so. Then it had gone down to like 92.3. Then when this news came out about the Israeli strikes, it went up about not even that much, maybe $2. And now it's gone back down to where it was at the roughly at the start at 6 p.m. Eastern time, which was up about 3% from Friday, but really not no kind of big move right now from this news. Basically back to where it was at 6 p.m. Eastern time. I mean, it was up 3.5% shortly after it opened, before the Israeli strikes. NASDAQ futures are up a little bit in the U.S. S&P, Dow Jones, S&P futures are up a bit. Dow Jones is down a very slight bit, the futures. That was from tradingview.com, by the way, tradingview.com. I see these accounts online claiming there's a White House statement, yet I have seen nothing from the White House themselves. I've seen nothing in any American media saying there's a White House statement. So I don't know where, I feel like everybody is reposting everybody else claiming there's a White House statement. I have seen nothing of the sort. I find it hard to believe there's a White House statement and no American media is reporting on it. Move that up a little bit. Ooh, what just happened here? Now what happened? What just happened? It switched to Tel Aviv. Okay, the feed is now Tel Aviv. That's what just happened. I think. This is Tel Aviv right now. Mixed feed from Reuters. Okay. This is now Tel Aviv, Israel. (5:29) Israel time. Excuse me. Yeah, so this is not an official White House statement. Thanks. One of the viewers mentioned there was something in Axios. Axios, in their article, said a U.S. official said the Israeli strikes were relatively limited in their scope. That's not an official statement. And there's nothing in the Axios article about any kind of White House statement saying they weren't involved or anything. This is the first time Israel has struck Iran since April 8th ceasefire started, in the same, similarly to how it's the first time Iran had struck Israel several hours ago. Thank you so much, Lizzie, for freedom for being a member. Thank you. Iron Mana, I don't know what report you're talking about. I have to say, I'm not sure what report you're talking about, Iron Mana, but thank you. Thank you also to Rocky Flying Squirrel. Thank you so much, Rocky Flying Squirrel. It's very kind of you. Liam Jeffrey 641. Thank you, Liam Jeffrey. And Mad Bubbles. Thank you. Mad Bubbles. Yeah, Iranian state media had listed at least 4 different cities where explosions were heard. Isfahan, Tabriz, Tehran, and I think Karaj is the last one. And there might have been more, but I saw those. Karaj is the 4th one. Then I see Iranian state media making claims about Israeli home front command, and I haven't seen anything about it from Israel. Everybody's saying other countries' media says this. Iranian state media says the Israeli regime's attack on Najafabad, Isfahan, resulted in no casualties. Check this out. This is a statement from someone in the governor of Isfahan's office. The Israeli regime's attack on Najafabad, Isfahan, resulted in no casualties. Deputy security officer of the governor of Isfahan. This morning, a point in the city of Najafabad was violated by the Zionist regime. There were no casualties in the attack. Additional information will be announced later. A report of alarms in Saudi Arabia. I just saw this from N12 News. I'm seeing a report of Saudi Arabia, alarms in Saudi Arabia. Hold on. Reuters says, Phil Stewart, Saudi civil defense says early warning issued in Al-Kharj to alert of potential danger. I have it right here. Saudi civil defense. And a warning has been issued by the National Early Warning Platform in Al-Kharj Governorate to warn of a danger. So early warning of possible, I assume a possible Iranian attack in Saudi Arabia. Now let me show you where Al-Kharj governorate is. Al-Kharj. Al-Kharj is located there, southeast of Riyadh. Again, I don't know if that's because they've detected launches, but Saudi Civil Defense has issued a warning. Something I was mentioning before is if Israel attacks Iran, will they start firing not just at Israel, but at other Gulf countries? That could have already happened. Now, hold on a second here. So one of you said Prince Sultan Air Base. Yeah, Prince Sultan Air Base is in Saudi Arabia. Which is an air base where it's an active U.S. Air Force Air Expeditionary Base, according to a U.S. military site I'm looking at. Now, I don't know how things might have changed there over the last couple of months. And I don't know if that's being targeted now. The danger has been lifted. Saudi Civil Defense, the danger has been lifted from Al-Kharj governorate. Right now. They just posted that. So I don't know if something got shot down, but you can see it right here. The danger has been lifted from Al-Kharj governorate in Saudi Arabia. They just posted that right now. That was fast, says Lisa Holland. Again, maybe there was some kind of launch or something, and it was whatever projectile was shot down. I'm not sure. Yeah, AP had reported that Saudi Arabia sounded a missile alert in the area where the Prince Sultan Air Base is, which hosts U.S. forces. But again, that alert has been lifted for the moment. Now, there could have been something that hit in Saudi Arabia. I don't know. Maybe something was fired and hit the ground. I don't know. We'll have to wait to hear more. We are waiting to see what is going to happen next here. Ashcan says, my city, Shiraz, Iran, was targeted, but people are good. That is an unconfirmed report from our viewer, Ashcan. I cannot confirm that. Thank you, Ashcan, for writing in. Thanks, Lizzie, for freedom for being a member. Bringing you live updates here. N12 News Israel says Barak Ravid is reporting. Barak Ravid reports that a senior American official says the U.S. was not involved in the Israeli attacks on Iran. That's from N12 News. I cannot confirm that, of course. I'm guessing the official said that. I don't know what actually happened. Not really seeing big moves in the oil price at the moment. Again, Barak Ravid of N12 News says a senior American official says the U.S. was not involved in the Israeli attacks on Iran. C14 News Israel says Israel is preparing for a response from Iran. Hang on a second here. Still no statement from President Trump. No statement about the Iranian missiles launched at Israel from President Trump, at least on his social media. Will we see a Truth Social post from President Trump? Thanks so much to our moderators who are here with us. Ruth and Haley Girl are moderating. Thank you very much, Ruth and Haley Girl on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Kay Larry Body, Darren Charlo, Michael Fergal on Facebook, Paul Anderson as well. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates and Sophie Coretta and Barry Eisler for being subscribers over there. What is going to happen next? I have no idea. Are we going to see Iran attacking Israel again? Saudi Civil Defense says beware again. New alert. I think there's a new alert for, oh no, hold on. They said, is this beware of false information? I think Saudi Civil Defense might have posted something saying like, don't read false reports. Let me see, let me translate this. It said beware, but my guess is it might not be a new alert. Let's see. It is translating right now. Yes, rumors and unknown video clips, avoid circulating them. So what this says here is, it says beware, but the translation is rumors and unknown video clips, avoid circulating them, get information from official sources, says Saudi Civil Defense. It's very interesting that we haven't heard any official statement. The only statements we've heard from like Trump are like these statements where he like a few journalists said they had a brief interview with him hours ago. But there's been no official post by Trump, no official statement by any White House official or the White House since even about Iran's firing missiles at Israel. A launch from Iran. Almog Boker says launch from Iran. Almog Boker of Channel 12 News Israel says launch from Iran. I don't know what that means. Towards where? That was just posted by Almog Boker. Launch from Iran. Now, I've seen nothing about that anywhere else yet. He just posted it. Nothing from Israeli armed forces at this point. Yes. So N12 News says a launch from Iran to Israel was detected. That was just posted by N12 News. N12 News is saying that there was a launch detected from Israel towards Iran, but I have not seen that confirmed by the Israeli military. Yes, breaking news, launch of a missile from Yemen towards Israeli territory. Breaking news, launch from Yemen towards Israeli territory. That was just posted right now by the IDF. I will show you in a second. IDF says a missile has been launched from Yemen at Israel. Breaking news. Breaking news from Yemen. Wow, the Houthis. Here it is on your screen right now. Iran is having, I guess, the Houthis launch a missile. Wow. Breaking news, new launch. I got to put that on the screen. All right, well, hang on a second. So again, new missile launched, launch of a missile, it says, one missile from Yemen to Israel. Aerial defense systems are operating to intercept the threat. And I have the alert from, this is a pre-alert. Now it says Tel Aviv area and surrounding area. I don't know if this missile will even get close to it though. Also, they will turn off the camera if it gets close enough. But you can see the early warning is for, well, actually it's Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It's a big area. Early warning area there. So let's keep an eye out there. Again, new missile, one or more missiles launched from Yemen at Israel. Now, give me a moment here. Let me just keep an eye on Tel Aviv. There's Tel Aviv. Let me just see what else I have here. That's the only camera I have at the moment. Again, a missile launched from Yemen towards Israel. Israel says they are trying to shoot down the missile. I got to update the headline. Now, missile launched from Yemen at Israel. after Israel strikes Iran. I don't know how many missiles we're talking about. I have no idea. The IDF said missile, but maybe it's more than one. N12 News says airspace temporarily closed. I wonder if that's Israeli airspace temporarily closed. Let's take a look at something here. Here is the, let's pull up the so far. Oh, missile alerts, missile alarms right now, including Tel Aviv. Including Tel Aviv, we have missile alerts. You can see across, including Tel Aviv, and down through the country right there, we have missile alerts. Now, we're hearing sirens. We're hearing sirens in Tel Aviv right now, but this camera, I think, will turn off because they're not allowed to show the missiles. But we'll leave it up there right now for you. We are hearing sirens right now in Tel Aviv. And again, I believe we're going to lose this camera. And the missiles might not even be in Tel Aviv. Okay, the camera zoomed in. Well, we can still hear the sirens. Okay, so we can still hear the sirens, but the camera zoomed in. Now, Al Jazeera Arabic camera is still live. They cut out too. Al Jazeera Arabic camera just got cut. They just cut their camera. Israel does not allow these cameras to show the sky during these alerts. That's an Israeli government order. Now the sirens went off. This is the first attack from Yemen since the ceasefire. In early April. The Yemeni missile was intercepted according to N12 News. N12 News reports the missile from Yemen was successfully intercepted. Okay, N12 News says the missile was intercepted. Yep. I just saw on their Telegram. Yes. Daphne Leal says it was intercepted as well. Multiple Israeli news sources, including N12, say the missile from Yemen was intercepted. So again, I'm seeing N12 News said intercepted, Daphne Leal, who I follow, said intercepted. Nir Devori of N12 News. So it looks like this missile was intercepted. The sirens also stopped. Al Jazeera says the same thing. Al Jazeera says Israeli army radio confirms interception of missile launched from Yemen. So again, we did hear sirens in Tel Aviv, but multiple reports say now that the missile has been intercepted. We'll see if Iran makes some sort of comment about this. You know, Iran they could say, well, we launched something at Israel, and they could say we launched something at Saudi Arabia and our partners launched something about Israel, and you better not do that again, Israel. I mean, I don't know how much the Iranian retaliation against Israel's strikes will be. C14 News Israel also says the launch from Yemen was intercepted. Hey guys, I just saw something about the tsunami threat to the Philippines that I wanted to pass along. Hey guys, I just saw this new alert from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Hang on here. Let me pull this up. Okay. Tsunami waves more than 3 meters above the tide level are possible along some coasts of the Philippines. Okay, this is from the U.S. Tsunami Warning Center, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Wow. That's above 3 feet. Now, they say for Indonesia and Malaysia, tsunami waves reaching 0.3 to 1 meters. But some of the Philippines, more than 3 meters. Wow, that's a new update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center again. Tsunami waves reaching more than 3 meters above the tide level are possible along some coasts of the Philippines. This was an earthquake that happened about 20 miles offshore from the Philippines. All right, so that we have to keep an eye on as well. Homefront Command says that you can leave the protected areas. The event has ended. That is from Israel Homefront Command. They say that this is about the missile from Yemen. They say the event has ended. So people in Israel who had to go in their protected areas due to the launch from Yemen can now leave their protected area. Not 3 feet, 3 meters. Tsunami waves reaching more than 3 meters, which is more like 10 feet above the tide level, are possible along some coasts of the Philippines. The IDF says the missile was intercepted. The Homefront Command issued instructions that it's possible to leave the protected area. They didn't confirm it was intercepted, but a bunch of Israeli media said it was intercepted. There are no, N12 News says, MDA says there are no known casualties from the missile launch from Yemen, except for a man receiving treatment after being injured on his way to his protected area. President Trump just posted, I believe, but not about Iran. President Trump just posted, not about Iran. Here is the new post. New post from President Trump. Hang on, I will show you. Here is the post from President Trump. It is not about Iran. President Trump says 7 minutes ago, has anybody been watching the crooked election going on in California? Two great Republican candidates are being cheated, he says. He does not give any evidence for this. And so is America, which if the Democrats are able to fulfill their mission, great trouble and consternation will follow. Watch this, quote, election closely. He is referring to, one part of what he's referring to is tonight, as mail ballots continue to come in, which was predicted before the election, given how California does their mail ballots and how the calling the count normally takes. It was predicted it would take days or even weeks to get a winner and count the ballots. Second place in LA for the mayor's race was taken over by Nithya Raman from Spencer Pratt. First place is still Karen Bass, and Decision Desk HQ predicts that Karen Bass and Nithya Raman will be the two who advance to the runoff. So President Trump posted just now. He has not posted about Iran, but he did post claiming without giving any evidence that the election in California is crooked. And I think the other candidate he's talking about is that's the governor's race he must be talking about, where Steyer is still in third in that race. Yeah, this is DDHQ votes. Steve Hilton is a Republican who Trump endorsed. Steyer is in third. As numerous elections analysts predicted, as more votes come in, he has been closing the gap, but he is still behind Steyer. The Democrat is still behind Hilton, the Republican, for the second spot there. I have not seen anything from Trump. He just posted that about 10 minutes ago. I do not see anything from Trump about the situation in Israel or Iran. All right, give me a moment here. I can't even fit everything now on the headline because we originally came on the air when Iran launched missiles at Israel. Then Israel launched strikes on Iran. Then we had a missile fired from Yemen at Israel, but it got intercepted. No, I'm not going to put the sound on right now because the sound, you hear this like annoying fan sound. So I only put sound on for the Tel Aviv shot when we have a potential alert. Otherwise, it just gets too distracting. Hey, thanks so much to Ryan1914 for your support. Thank you. Thank you, Christine Gagnon. She says Houthis to close off Suez. I haven't heard any reporting suggesting the Houthis are going to do that. That'd be a huge deal. It has been speculated for months whether the Houthis in Yemen would try to not close off Suez, because Suez Canal is up here, but whether they'd try to close off the southern entrance and exit to the Red Sea in the Bab al-Mandab Strait right here. But I have seen no reporting suggesting that anything has changed with that. I'll certainly let you know, but there's been speculation on that for months, whether the Houthis in Yemen may try to attack shipping or otherwise try to close off the southern route out of the Red Sea. So we'll have to see. But I have not seen anything about that yet. Thank you, Christine, our member. Maybe she's saying the Houthis could do that. It's been speculated they could try. I wonder if that's something Iran could be saving for, like, if they really need it. Keeping in their back pocket. I don't know. Thank you, John LA 1776, for your support. Thank you, Pun News, who says the Bab al-Mandab Strait is extremely important. Yeah, I mean, that would be a huge deal if the Houthis tried to cut off shipping coming out of the Red Sea. For example, that is how I believe Saudi Arabia is shipping out its oil, because they can't ship it through the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia was shipping a bunch of oil out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. Then Iran closed that off. They have a pipeline. They've been sending a bunch of their oil across the country here to ship it out this way. But again, I'm not hearing any reports right now that the Houthis in Yemen are attempting to shut down the Bab al-Mandab Strait here. We'll have to, I mean, that'd be a huge, huge development if they tried. Thanks also to Pendar7. Thanks, Pendar7. And Stephen Briones, who says, come on, Donald, time to get nasty. Pendar said tomorrow is the anniversary of the attack on the USS Liberty. That was an incident back in 1967 when Israeli aircraft and motor torpedo boats attacked a U.S. Navy technical research ship, a spy ship, killing 34 crew members, wounding 171. Both Israel and the U.S. said that what happened is there was a mistake due to Israeli confusion about the ship's identity. You can check that out on Wikipedia, the USS Liberty incident. Thanks, Temi Dank, for the memberships. I really appreciate it, Temi Dank. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Rubix and Riri Patton for being members. And Tara223, an emergency alert towernator. And Connor G. And Priceman141, thanks for your support. And Tom NMT. Also, Kendra Fox, thanks so much for your support on Twitch. Kendra Fox, I appreciate that. Thanks, Johannes Kreikhammer, for subscribing. Thanks, Anonymous Gifter, for the sub on Twitch. Thanks, Spirit Pilot, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Haley Lipinski, who says they can still count votes for LA mayor to July 6th. I don't remember what the last day is for counting, but what I do remember is that if you had a ballot that was postmarked on election day in the LA mayor race, as long as it got delivered by 7 days later, then it would be counted. And election day, if I remember right, was last Tuesday, which isn't even 7 days ago. Pat W says it's July 6th. So I don't want to get all into that right now. I think there maybe is some sort of, like you said, a limit on how long they have until they have to release the results. But I mean, the count is moving forward every day. So I don't know that it's, well, we already have a projection from Decision Desk HQ now on that race. Bluebird Softball Cookie says, so many news stories happening right now. By the way, here's the current votes in for LA Mayor. Bass, first place. Nithya Raman, currently second place. Spencer Pratt, third place. And DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ, is projecting Bass and Raman move forward to the runoff. Parallel Universe, who I follow in Israel, says hearing landings at Ben Gurion International Airport in Israel again. I believe they were stopped temporarily while the missile alert was going on. I haven't seen a statement yet from Iran about like any kind of official statement about their retaliation against Israel. Iranian state media reported Israeli strikes on Iran, but they didn't report any kind of, this is our retaliation or something. Maybe they're still discussing it. Hold on a second here. Oh, Facebook is about to end. Hang on a moment here. I will restart the Facebook stream. Facebook ends the streams after 8 hours. If you're watching on Facebook, when the Facebook stream ends automatically after 8 hours, I will restart it. All right. Will we be seeing more Iranian retaliation in the coming minutes or hours? Beats me. Will President Trump actually issue a statement about all of this? Beats me. Our viewer, Purple Perp thinks the Truth Social post about this will be 800 words. The Iranian foreign minister, that was like 8 hours ago. Iranian foreign minister, like 8 hours ago, posted a picture of Iranian and I think it's Iran and Hezbollah flags together. But that was like 8 hours ago. No, it was Iran and Lebanon flag together, I think. What was it, Lebanon flag? Yeah, it was the Iran and Lebanon flag. Oh, a new post from Israel's ambassador to the U.S. from like 27 minutes ago. Let me show you this. From Israel's ambassador to the U.S. Where is everything here? Michael Leader. Michael Leader, who's Israel's ambassador to the U.S. Ambassador Michael Leader. Hold on a second here. Let me show you what he said, what he had to say. Again, about a half hour ago, he said, Iran fired 11 ballistic missiles at Israel today. Each one of those missiles can level an entire neighborhood and kill hundreds. No self-respecting country in the world would tolerate such an attack, and neither will Israel. Israel is now targeting Iranian surface-to-surface missile launch sites, as well as infrastructure facilities unrelated to the energy sector. The people of Lebanon have rejected Iran's proxy Hezbollah and have told Iran to get out of their country. If Hezbollah fires back at Israel, its command centers in Beirut, Dahia, will be hit hard. This has nothing to do with Iran. Iran would disagree. Iran backs Hezbollah. Everyone has had enough of this maniacal Iranian regime. So the Israeli ambassador to Israel says Israel is now targeting. There were some strikes, a couple hours ago, against an hour or two ago against Iran from Israel. Israel is now targeting Iranian surface-to-surface missile launch sites, as well as infrastructure facilities unrelated to the energy sector. Then he said, if Hezbollah fires at Israel, I have to imagine that's going to happen again at some point, its command centers in the Dahia will be hit hard. Remember, this all got started off today when, well, you can keep going back, but Iran fired missiles at Israel after Israel launched strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So I would have to imagine that if Israel attacks Beirut again, Iran might launch missiles again. I'm going to say for the headline, Israel exchange missile fire for first time since early April. Since April ceasefire. Hey, thanks to James Oakes for the memberships. I appreciate it, James Oakes. And thanks for the gift memberships, James Oakes. That's very nice of you. Also, John Turpin, thank you. And John L.A., 1776. Thank you, John L.A. I really appreciate your support. Oh, the IDF says, just so you know, the IDF says, the chief and the general staff of the Israeli Defense Forces and senior military commanders are currently directing the Israeli Defense Forces operations in Iran from the Air Force Command Room. The Israel Defense Forces is in full readiness for attack and defense. The Chief of Staff, General Staff of the Israel Defense Forces, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, and senior commanders of the Israeli Defense Forces have conducted ongoing situational assessments in recent hours and are directing the Israeli Defense Forces attacks in Iran from the Air Force Command Room. The Israeli Defense Forces are on high alert with full readiness to continue operations across all fronts against any threat to the state of Israel. Oh, did the Facebook stream ended? Hold on a second. I have to restart the Facebook stream. Let me do that. Let me do that. One moment, please. One moment, please. I'm starting Facebook again. Starting the Facebook stream again. Hopefully. There, Facebook is live again. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, he thinks though Israel may respond to the Houthis, there's a chance this round may be over. I was wondering about that. I talked about this. What I said a few minutes ago is I said we could see, Iran could release a statement saying like, all right, that's our warning. If you do this again, they could say that we fired at Saudi Arabia, a U.S. base there, because there was an alert in Saudi Arabia briefly, and then so we'll have to see if there's a statement from Iran. By the way, Almog Boker says in Israel there is no school, including higher education, in Israel today. Beaches are closed in Israel. Air traffic is operating normally. Workplaces, activities can be held in a place from which it's possible to reach a standard protected space during the defense period. Gatherings outdoors are limited to 200 people in an open area and 500 people in a building, provided it is possible to enter a standard protected space during the defense. Public transportation continues to operate at a reduced rate of approximately 75% of regular activity. That's from Homefront Command Israel. Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador to Israel, posted, U.S. ambassador to Israel said, Iran fired missiles at Israel last night and early today. I believe the one today, early today, is one missile fired from Yemen. The missile alert sounded at 6 a.m. in Jerusalem. They were intercepted, thank God. Iran and its proxy agents of evil want to incinerate America and Israel. Mothership of Satan is in Tehran. That's from Mike Huckabee. Hold on a second here. Sorry, just checking some of the messages here. All right, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I need to take a really quick break just to have a snack. I haven't eaten anything since we came on the air, which has been over 8 hours. And I really hadn't eaten anything before that. It's been so busy. I have not even had a chance to get a break. So I'm gonna have a quick snack. I'm not even making my food yet. I gotta have a snack first, just to have something, just for a couple minutes. And then I'll come back, and then maybe I'll put stuff in the air fryer after. But I got to do that first. Just been one thing after another. So let me just grab a snack. Again, I'm not making my big meal or anything. We'll see. That could happen later. But let me just put this up here for you. And I'll be back shortly. Let me just do this. And I'll be back shortly and we'll give you more coverage. Okay. I really appreciate everybody watching the broadcast, and we'll have more coverage in a couple minutes. Let me just grab a snack quickly and I'll come back. Okay, hang on a moment here. Hey, we have an early warning. The chat mentioned this. Thanks to the chat, I just got back and I saw people in the chat saying early missile warning. Looks like an early missile warning. Hold on a moment. For Israel. Let me find out what's going on. Was there some sort of missile detection? Missile launch detection? That's what it looks like. But I need 2 seconds here. Yeah, missiles launched from Iran. I'm seeing hang on. Yes, the missiles have been launched by Iran towards Israel. Breaking news, missiles have been launched by Iran towards Israel. I'll show you the announcement in a second. Here is the announcement from Iran. So early warning, but here is what Iran said. Oops, hold on. Here is what Iran says. Hang on. Here is what here's what Israel says. Here's what the IDF says. They posted it 2 minutes ago. A short while ago, the IDF identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of the State of Israel. Defensive systems are operating to intercept the threat. All right, so breaking news, more now. Iran missiles headed towards Israel. So there we go. Give me a quick moment here. We have the Tel Aviv camera up. Again, the cameras are not allowed to show the missiles actually in the sky. Oh, I have a Jerusalem camera too, if I could get it on the screen on time. I'm trying to get the Jerusalem camera up too. Oh, there's alerts now. Alerts now. Look, alerts. A bunch of alerts. There you go. We have their alerts coming in. Tel Aviv, south of Tel Aviv, there and there. Southern Israel and central Israel. So I'm not sure we're going to hear sirens in Tel Aviv, but we'll take a peek anyway. But missile alerts now in Israel. Missile alerts now in Israel. I'm trying to pull up the other shot. But yeah, the Jerusalem feed might have sirens on it. But I got to get that pulled up here for you. Okay, I have Jerusalem too. Jerusalem. It's so loud. Sirens in Jerusalem. Oh, the camera cut out. There you go. I think we heard an interceptor, but that's what happens. They turn off the cameras. They're not allowed to show. They are not allowed to show the missiles flying through the air. So alerts right now in Israel. We have the Tel Aviv shot up, but again, that's the Israeli government. They said that you can't show it. So Israel alerts now, some in southern Israel, some in central Israel. Here are the missile alerts going off. We saw Jerusalem, but we lost the camera. Let's see here. Yeah, they're not allowed to show the missiles in the sky, but we have some missile alerts. Jerusalem, south of Tel Aviv, across here in central Israel, southern Israel near Beersheba. So we'll have to see what happens, what we hear reported with these missile alerts. But it sounded like maybe we heard an interceptor or an interception, but I don't know. Okay, so alerts, only one left in the south, some here in Jerusalem area. Again, we have the Jerusalem camera, but they had to shut off the camera. As the missiles get closer, the number of alerts goes down, because each alert is not a missile. The alerts say the possible area, or over the possible areas the missiles could go to. So you can see them, gradually getting removed from the map. Looks like, yeah, again, we did seem to hear something on the Jerusalem cam before the cam went down. We'll keep an eye on that camera for when it comes back up. I don't know how long it'll take for it to come back up. All right, so the alerts are now off the screen. What I'm going to do is check for updates from Israel. Seems like they're not headed towards missile anymore. Iran fires more missiles towards Israel. Now let me check and see what updates we're getting from Israel. N12 News says echoes of many interceptions are heard in the center and the Jerusalem area. Okay, that is from N12 News. Many interceptions heard in central Israel and the Jerusalem area. That's from Nir Devori of N12 News. Home Front Command says, is there a new alert? Home Front Command says, enter the area? Oh, there's more alert right now. More alerts right now. More alerts in southern Israel. Look at this. More alerts in, I do not have a camera from there. This is southern Israel, Beersheba. More alerts right now. Those are new alerts. Southern Israel. The audio is from Tel Aviv. But again, that's new. So they were fired a short time after the other ones, apparently. But this is not just one or two missiles, probably. So again, these are alerts in southern Israel right now. Let me take a quick second and hang on. I'll put that back up on the screen for you. I don't know if any missiles have hit. Reports of numerous interceptions in the skies above Israel from these Iranian missiles. And we still have alarms going off, missile alerts in southern Israel right now. Again, numerous interceptions reported. Is this the big Iranian response to the Israeli missiles? Is Iran going to post after that this has been their response? I don't know. Is it going to keep going? And also, what happens now? Does Israel respond to these missiles? Are we going to see an Israeli response coming up? Still a couple of alerts on the map there. All right, the alerts are off the map now, so let's go back here. All right, we're getting you the latest updates here. Again, missiles launched from Iran, new missiles that we just saw. I don't know, some reportedly intercepted. I don't know if any of them hit. Ambassador Huckabee says, in the shelter now, hearing loud booms overhead. That's the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He said that a minute ago. Trey Yink said, explosions heard from Tel Aviv. No sirens in Tel Aviv yet. Oh, and you know what? I'm sorry. OSINT Technical mentioned that Vahid Online. Was it Vahid Online? OSINT Technical said there were reports that these missiles were launched from multiple sites in Iran. I'm trying to find Vahid Online, but I don't see him posted. Yeah, Vahid Online said, let's see. Yes, Vahid Online had said about that there were these reports from about 15 minutes ago in Iran of launches from various parts of Iran. Again, waiting to hear. I haven't heard from MDA yet about what happened. Noam Amir from News 14 Israel posted a senior official in Israel estimates in a conversation with News 14, we are at the beginning of several days of battle against the Iranians and their proxies in the Middle East. Hey, the Jerusalem feed is back. We got Jerusalem back. Are there new launches now? Are there new launches? Hold on. I don't see anything about new launches yet. N12 mentioned new launches, but I haven't seen that yet. Let's see. Yes, I am hearing reports of another launch to the central. It has not appeared on, I am seeing reports of another launch. It has not appeared yet, though, on the map, on the so far red alert map. I'm not seeing any early warning there, but I think we're going to momentarily. That seems to be what the reporting is suggesting. Yes, additional launches toward the center of Israel were detected. That is according to N12 News. So, waiting to see it pop up on the map. But N12 News says more launches toward Israel have been detected. Oh, Yediot News says reports of a missile fall in the Samaria region of Israel. Although I don't, that's, hold on a second here. Is that West Bank? So we don't know what happened with all these missiles that just got fired. Yeah, Samaria is in the West Bank, so I don't know. There's a report of a fall I saw from Yediot News, a missile hit in the West Bank somewhere. So I'm not seeing anything on, I saw some last few minutes, some sources, Israeli sources, saying there were new launches. Nothing has yet come up on the red alert map in terms of new launches. So we're waiting to see, have more missiles been launched? N12 News posted a photo of a part of a missile that had landed in the Jericho area, but it looks like it landed in an open area. I don't know if anything got hit. Yes, there's new alerts now, guys. Oh, new rocket, new alerts, breaking news right now. More new missile alerts in the south. You can see it on the screen right now. Southern Israel, more alerts. Beersheba, there. New alerts. Wow. These are not going to be on either of our cameras. You won't even hear the sirens for these. Again, more alerts now. Wow. And we'll just have to let you know about if there's been damage or casualties from any of these missiles. I don't know yet. Give me 2 seconds here. This is an extended series of missiles launched from Iran. How many? I don't know. Oh, is this another one up here? Hey, there's another one up here. What's that about? Rocket and missile firing alert up here now. By Zikim Beach, north of Gaza. Crazy. N12 News says the MDA reports that no reports of casualties were received in the first wave of missiles from Iran from a few minutes ago. So the alerts are gone off the screen. Now we got to find out what happened. Is there damage at places? Any casualties? We haven't heard any casualties yet. I have yet to hear of any major damage or injuries from these missiles over the last few minutes. We'll have to wait and see. Roy Case, Israeli reporter, says, expect a statement from the Houthi military spokesman in the coming hours. He will surely take responsibility for the missile launch from Yemen this morning. A quick thank you to Perky Popcycle. Thanks, Perky Popcycle, for your support. Thinks it's going to be a long-term war. L. Waup, thanks for being a member. Mama Yoli here, thanks for being a member. Gimme a Gorilla, thanks for being a member. My best friend John, thanks for being a member. Express Investing from New Zealand, thank you. Christine Gagnon, thank you so much. Thank you, Christine. Delete-O-Matic, thank you so much, Delete-O-Matic. I appreciate that. Motivational Living as well, thank you. And MRO-DRM. Thanks also, Kindra Fox on Twitch, for your support. We're bringing you live breaking news coverage. Ooh, what did I see here? Oh, by the way, a 2.7-foot tsunami wave was observed, according to this is the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. You can see it says 2.7-foot tsunami wave at Talengen, Sulawesi. This is after a 7.8 earthquake off the coast of the Philippines. That's the biggest I've seen reported. But that's in Indonesia, interestingly. That's south of where the earthquake was in Indonesia. I'm going to show you where this is. So the earthquake itself was off the coast, or in this area here, where my pointer is. But a 2.7-foot tsunami wave has been detected down here in Indonesia, roughly about 125 miles away. I don't know I haven't seen bigger tsunami measurements from the Philippines, but we'll have to see. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said that there is risk of tsunami waves are possible more than 3 meters above the tide level, more than 3 meters along some coasts of the Philippines. I have not seen any reports of any yet that high. 2.7 feet is the one that they have, which is the highest one right now, but maybe there have been others where the reports are just not in yet. So I'll keep an eye on that. The event has ended. The missile event has ended. The missile firing event has ended in Israel for now. So this batch of missiles, people can leave their shelters, says Home Front Command. Okay. And I'm going to pick the headline again. Iran and Israel trade missile fire for first time since April ceasefire. Wow, I don't know yet how many missiles were fired by Iran in that latest round. Carlos Discounts thinks ceasefire is canceled if people are using bomb shelters. Still, I don't think we've heard from President Trump. He has not posted on his social media even since Israel launched missiles at Iran. So remember, I mean, hours and hours ago today, I want to say about 8 hours ago, it's actually on Sunday. It's now Monday where I am, the East Coast. But around 8 hours or 8 or 9 hours ago, 8 or 9 hours ago, Israel fired missiles. No, I'm getting all mixed up. So what happened is earlier today on Sunday, Iran carried out airstrikes in Beirut on Hezbollah targets. And that was a big deal for Iran, who'd said to not do that. Then Iran launched missiles at Israel for the first time since the ceasefire started in April. Then Israel carried out strikes in Iran. Now Iran has launched missiles back at Israel. And apparently the Houthis in Yemen, there was a missile launched from Yemen at Israel too. So again, back and forth missile strikes. This is the first time since the ceasefire started in April 8th. Now hold on a moment here. Where is my page? The Yemeni Armed Forces media says an important statement will be issued by them in the coming hours, says Iranian state media. Maybe it'll just be taking credit for the missile launch, the missile that fired at Israel from Yemen. I don't know. Maybe it'll be threatening to do more. Haven't seen anything yet about new missiles launched. Oh, Ali BK said that there were homes damaged by a strike. I have not heard that for sure yet. Hold on a second. IDF says it is possible to leave your protected area, they said. You can leave your protected area. Yediot News, who I follow, says 3 houses were damaged in the West Bank somewhere. No casualties from a missile. Al Jazeera says Israel Hayom says 3 buildings damaged in the West Bank, no injuries reported. Shin is reporting that the Karun petrochemical complex was hit in Iran. That's an unconfirmed report from Shin, claiming that the Karun petrochemical complex was hit in Iran. Now, that's the first I've heard of this. Is this a new attack in Iran, or is this from previously? I don't know. New early warning in Israel. New early missile warning in Israel, Jerusalem, and surrounding parts. New early warning in Israel. Another one. Another one. We're going to go full on the Jerusalem camera because I think that's where we're going to be seeing stuff. Well, until the camera cuts out. More missiles. More missiles. We'll probably hear the sirens, and then the camera shot will get cut. But again, new missiles detected. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. I just see another update. Hold on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. Guys, we have breaking news. We have more breaking news. Iranian, thanks to Shin for pointing this out. I had not seen this yet. Look at what Iran's Fars State media just posted a few minutes ago. They say Israel attacked a petrochemical company in Iran. A few minutes ago, the Karun Mashar petrochemical company was attacked by airstrikes and hit by enemy Israeli projectiles, and part of it was damaged. Additional information regarding possible damages and casualties will be announced later. Wow. Yeah, Zionist is their word for Israeli. Wow. So a petrochemical company. All right, let me pull that off the air. Apparently attacked a few minutes ago. We're expecting to hear sirens soon in Israel. More missiles heading to Israel. Mer News says there have been no explosions or attacks on Karg Island today. I would think Iran is not going to be happy that Israel targeted energy infrastructure. Fars posted a message from a hacking group, Hanzala Hacking Group, that says, I invite you to witness the most devastating cyber attacks against the enemy's vital and military infrastructure. I don't know what that means. Oh, more from Hanzala Hacking Group. Oh, I don't know if the missiles were shot down because the alerts, no alerts. The early warning just went away. Homefront Command says the event has ended, so the early warning is over. The early warning is over. But there's this message about from a hacking group that was posted by Iranian state media. Let me show you this. Look at this. Look at this from Hanzala Hacking Group. I invite you to witness the most devastating cyber attacks against the enemy's vital and military infrastructure. We say to every country that spreads the red carpet for terrorists, your turn will come too. No land is too far, no server is too secure, and no network is beyond our reach. Just wait and watch. Perhaps a shadow is already breathing within your systems and the countdown has begun. For some, we have only one message. You will pay the price for your betrayal, not just in your bases, but right at the heart of your daily economy and security. Wow. That's from the Hanzala Hacking Group. That's posted by Iranian state media. I believe that's a hacking group known with no ties to the Iran leadership. Wikipedia says Hanzala Hack Team is a hacktivist group supposedly operating from Iran that runs cyber attacks against the U.S. and Israeli organizations. It was responsible for the wiping attack months ago through Microsoft Intune against Stryker Corporation. Yes. So I'm going to post this actually. Give me a moment. Iran state media posts threatening messages from the Hezbollah hacking group. I think they're called Hezbollah Hack Team. Who is believed to be they are believed to be connected to the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence. All right, so again, I don't know what to make of those posts from on Iranian state media from that hacking group, threatening posts. We'll have to see if anything comes out of that. Oh, thanks for mentioning. Manny Fabian from Times of Israel says, all of the Iranian missiles launched at Israel this morning were intercepted according to the military. The IDF assesses that an impact reported in an open field in the West Bank was likely a large fragment of a missile following an interception. Meanwhile, an all clear is given in the Jerusalem area after an early warning was issued for an Iranian missile attack as the projectile apparently failed to reach the country. And again, big news, the Iranian state media said that recently, in the last hour, it sounds like, Israel attacked a petrochemical company in Iran. This post is from 15 minutes ago. A few minutes ago, the Karun Manshar petrochemical company was attacked by airstrikes and hit by enemy Israeli projectiles, and part of it was damaged. Additional information regarding possible damages and casualties will be announced later. We still have no statement, no true social statement or public statement from President Trump. Hours and hours ago, he gave a few brief interviews to some news outlets. But no statement publicly from him, and nothing on True Social. I mean, the missiles by Iran were launched at Israel, I want to say about 9 hours ago. And there's still been no statement on True Social from President Trump. A reminder, by the way, a reminder when was this? This was from June 1st, 1 week ago. 1 week ago, President Trump posted, I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today, asking him not to go into a major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation with representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long this lasts. Hopefully it will be for eternity. President Donald J. Trump. Food says the answer was 1 week. Actually, yeah, I believe it was the 7th when Israel fired at Beirut, struck Beirut. That post was from June 1st. That was June 1st, as I said. June 1st. Oh, N12 News. Israeli senior official confirms report to N12. We attacked a petrochemical plant in Iran. Breaking news. N12 News Israel says a senior official in Israel confirms that Israel did attack a petrochemical plant in Iran. Sounds like this was in the last hour or so. So it seems that Israel has attacked a petrochemical plant in Iran. Our viewer Mendy thinks this means the war is starting again. I mean, has it already restarted? They've been firing missiles at each other. Oops, I'm missing an E. Wow. What's going to happen next? Oops, I got to fix the caption here. Oh, oil prices people are mentioning. Hold on a second here. Oil price. Yeah, going up a bit. It was about, it's up $4.35 today, up 4.7% now. Brent crude and WTI US crude is up 4.75%, up 431. Stock futures are not, S&P futures are up a very small amount, almost even. Yeah, NASDAQ futures and Dow Jones futures, they're all not that, they're roughly even. Dow is down a little bit. But oil prices up about 5% today since 6 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much to Motivational Living and Israel Bishop. Thank you so much. Israel Bishop and Motivational Living. And Bad Panda, thank you. Also, Thomas P0419, thanks so much for your support. Thomas P0419, thanks for the gift memberships. Also, Captain Jerry Donnelly, thanks for being a member. Thomas gave 10 memberships. Mendy, thank you. Mendy says, what is President Trump saying about this happening after he told Israel not to fire back on Iran? Reported, that's what he said he was going to tell Israel. I don't know what he actually told Israel. He hasn't said anything publicly about it because he hasn't commented about it. Thanks, Nashinas26. Jesus UCSB says, the war is back right in time for the World Cup. Buckle up. Thanks, Waltham Mass, for the memberships. 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Waltham Mass. It's very nice of you. Rovi Hughes Music. Thank you. Also, John Deeds, who says, please pray for all the innocent people in the crossfire. Thank you so much, John, for your support. VA7TZ, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming on Twitch. Also, Laurice Wagner, who says, we will know more details when it's safe to know said details. Trump and staff are incognito, which suggests situation room. This is a whole situation. That's what Laurice Wagner thinks. Thanks, Laurice Wagner, for your support. Oops, I thought I had fixed my ceasefire typo, but in trying to fix my ceasefire typo, I made another typo. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to our moderators too. I really, really appreciate it. Hold on, what is this? Oh, IDF confirmation. Air Force attacked components inside the petrochemical facility just moments ago. This is from IDF confirms. Hey guys, IDF confirms. I'm going to show you this right now. This is a post from Lieutenant Colonel Ella Wawiya of the IDF, who says, here it is, here's what Ella Wawiya reported from the IDF. Israeli Air Force attacked components inside the petrochemical complex in Mashahar, southwest Iran, just moments ago at the direction of the Military Intelligence Agency. Confirmed by IDF. Wow. Thank you to our moderators very much. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth. Roberts Mayqueen. Thank you so much, Roberts Mayqueen. Da Bears, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thanks for moderating there. John Deeds and Kendra Fox on Twitch. Thanks for your support. On Facebook, our moderators over there. Thank you so much to our Facebook mods. Darren Charlo, K. Lowry Body, thank you. Thanks to our thanks Dolly Clark and Michael Clayton for subscribing over there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you so much. Oh, OSINT Technical posted a video which apparently is of smoke rising from the petrochemical facility. I'll post a link in the chat. What is this? Hey guys, look at this. No injuries so far at the petrochemical plant, but look at this. Daytime workers of the petrochemical special zone are evacuated. Iran state media reports daytime workers of the petrochemical special zone are evacuated. Are they expecting more attacks there in Iran? Look at this. Can you guys see this? Well, you can't see it now. See, it says, hold on. Daytime workers of the petrochemical special zone are evacuated. The Public Relations Department of the Petrochemical Special Economic Zone Organization announced, based on the decision of the Passive Defense High Command, an emergency evacuation order has been issued for all working day employees from this zone. Wow. So are they expecting more Israeli strikes? Um, I looked it up and it says Iran Watch says that the Petrochemical Special Economic Zone is organization is responsible for managing and developing industrial and economic activities in the Special Economic Zone. I'm a little confused about what exactly that zone is, but it sounds like Iran is evacuating a bunch of its petrochemical workers after a petrochemical facility. Hang on. Was attacked in Iran. I'm going to turn the audio down on this. I don't think we don't need it right now. We don't need that audio. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so Gemini AI says that the petrochemical zone, which were from where daytime evacuators are being daytime workers are being evacuated, is in often called the Pet Zone. It's in southwest Khuzestan province of Iran, right on the coast of the Persian Gulf. It is It is the primary hub of Iran's petrochemical industry. Gemini says it accounts for a massive portion of Iran's domestic chemical production and industrial exports. It is considered highly critical national infrastructure by the Iranian government. So is Israel going to launch more strikes on Iranian petrochemical facilities, which will obviously be a huge deal to Iran if that happens? And if that starts happening, I would expect to see some Iranian escalation. Let's see. Thank you so much, Clem444. Thank you, Clem444, for your support. I really appreciate that. Brent crude is up about 5% now on the day. That's from tradingview.com. Again, Iran state media has ordered an emergency evacuation of daytime workers, all daytime workers who are in their petrochemical special zone. A key zone, I believe that's the center of Iran's petrochemical production. After Israel attacked a petrochemical plant in Iran. Sounds like they think maybe more is coming. Maybe Israel has told Iran. Maybe Israel told Iran to evacuate it because they said, we're going to attack these places. I don't know. Crazy, crazy developments. And we still haven't heard from President Trump through all this. Still nothing. So a lot, where is this all going? We have seen a big escalation in the last, you mean about the last 12 hours or so, maybe, well, last 16 hours or so. Oh, hey guys. Hey, new statement from the Revolutionary Guard. New statement from Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Here it is. New statement from the Revolutionary Guard. I think about the missiles they fired at Israel. IRGC, the beginning of Operation Nasser against the Tel Nov and Nevatim bases. IRGC Public Relations. With trust in God Almighty and seeking help from the Almighty, a few minutes ago, the brave fighters of the IRGC Aerospace Force began Operation Nasser with the sacred code or Haydar Karar in a gift to the martyrs of the 12-Day War by targeting important centers of the strategic air bases of Nevatim and Tel Nov. This operation was carried out in response to the child-killing Israeli regime's missile attack on several radar sites in 3 parts of the country. The speed of action in response to the aggressions of the Israeli army and the expansion of the target bank were among the actions of the operating groups at this stage. All combat and operational units of the Revolutionary Guards are in full readiness to carry out extensive training operations on all fronts and have prepared action plans tailored to the enemy's scenario. Which makes it sound like maybe for now they're done firing missiles for now, possibly. I don't know. It's kind of what it sounds like. Okay, so that's a new statement from the IRGC. But again, I look at it and I see maybe that means they're done firing missiles for now. They say that they're in full readiness to carry out operations and on all fronts and have prepared action plans tailored to the enemy's scenarios. Yeah, now they did say that they targeted Israeli bases. I don't know that any of their missiles came close to those Israeli bases. I haven't heard they did. I have no idea. So Barrow says, sounds like they're just starting. Well, they're saying, they seem to be saying that if Israel does more, they'll do more. I mean, they did call it the beginning of the operation, which is true. But at the same time, suggests to me that maybe for now they've stopped. They said that they launched the latest wave of missiles in response to Israel's missile attack on radar sites in Iran. Are we in for days of fighting? I don't know, guys. It's 1:17 a.m. where I am. Oh, Operation Nasser. I guess they calling it Operation Nasser in Iran. Roy K says Nasser means victory. Hey, thank you, Cesar D. De Geronimo. Thanks for your support, Cesar. President Trump is supposed to go to the Knicks game. Dion mentioned this. President Trump is supposed to go to the Knicks game in New York tomorrow. According to, and I was telling you before about reporting that said that the NYPD said that they had talked to the Secret Service and decided to cancel the watch party near Madison Square Garden. Yeah, technically later today. Yeah, watch party canceled. Manny Fabian reports there was damage caused to several homes in the West Bank following the impact of an Iranian missile fragment today, but no injuries reported. Daniel Lombard, our viewer, thinks Trump isn't getting a deal this week. Oh, hold on a moment. Update. Blast sound and air defense activity in Kermanshah province, Iran. This is from Shin. Blast sound and air defense activity in Kermanshah province, Iran. That was just reported by Shin on X. Anti-aircraft activity and blast sound in Kermanshah. Kermanshah province, Iran, is here. That is in western Iran, near Iraq. That is from Google Maps. Is there another strike going on by Iran and Israel and Iran right now? Hang on here. What is going on in Iran right now? Are there more strikes going on? The Israeli police say they are currently dealing with shrapnel from a missile attack in the West Bank area. No injuries have been reported and damage was limited to property. To repeat, Shin says blast sound and air defense activity in Kermanshah province, western Iran. That is unconfirmed. Tasneem says the Yemeni armed forces, the Houthis, are going to be issuing an important statement in the coming minutes. That's from Tasneem, Iranian state media. New statement coming from the Houthis. New statement coming. Prime Minister Netanyahu will have a security cabinet meeting starting at 11 a.m. today, according to Times of Israel. News, Doron Kadosh, who is an Israeli reporter, Doron Kadosh, says the IDF's assessment this morning, the exchange of blows with Iran is expected to last several days. The IDF is preparing for a broad mobilization of reservists and is expected to mobilize a number of reserve battalions and to reinforce at the borders, mainly on the seam line in the West Bank and on the in Judea and Samaria and on the Jordanian border. In addition, a broad mobilization of reservists also began this morning in the Home Front Command. Rescue and rescue forces prepared to reach crash sites if, God forbid, there are any missile hitting sites. So again, the IDF expects the exchange of blows with Iran will last several days. That's according to Israeli reporter Doron Kadosh. And the Houthis are going to be issuing a statement shortly, coming up in the next coming minutes. Statement from the Houthis. What I need to do is take 1 minute here. And I need about 1 minute. Can you give me, call it 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, coming right back. We'll keep our coverage going. Right. Hang on, I'm coming right back. All right, hang on. Let's see if we have updates here. Thanks for your patience. Supposed to hear a statement from the Houthis soon. Uh, Oil now, just to look, is still going up. Brent crude, according to TradingView, is now up over 5% on the day. WTI crude is up nearly 5% on the day. Gold is down about 1% today, according to TradingView. U.S. Rights and Freedom says, what will President Trump do next? When are we going to hear from the Houthis? Soon. After the Houthis statement, if it's soon, I may put some food in the air fryer because I've barely eaten anything. I think we've been on the air about 10 hours or something. Still no post from Trump about this. Oh, update, breaking update from, new update from Iran State Media, Mer News. Kermanshah Air Defense confronts hostile targets. The air defense system in Kermanshah, Iran went into action Monday after observing hostile targets. According to reports received, the city activity of the defense systems has been observed in parts of the city and its surroundings, and the sound of these systems operating, hold on, has been heard in some areas. It is said that the air defense action was taken in order to counter hostile targets and ensure the security of the region's skies. No further details have been released about the nature of the targets and the results of the defensive operation. Additional news on this matter will be published later. That's from state media. I think what I should do now is take about 5 minutes. Uh, I'm going to run out of energy unless I eat something at some point. So I'm going to take about 5 minutes now and put some food in the air fryer, and then I'll come back as my food is cooking. But I just I have reached that point where I have to. So give me 5 minutes or so. I just have to. Then I'll have some more energy. It's been crazy day. So give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming back. I'm just going to put the food in the air fryer. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, we are back. I'm back. I am making my food. I am making my food. Checking on updates here as what a day it has been. Do we have any updates here? Oopsie, what's happening here? Let's see. How important is that one petrochemical plant? I don't know about the one plant, but it's quite significant. It's a huge deal for Iran if Israel is attacking uh, petroleum industry infrastructure in Iran. And they could possibly, who knows, they could possibly attack more. But that's a huge deal for Iran. It's very provocative for Iran. N12 is also reporting, like other outlets, that the IDF is preparing for fighting lasting several days with Iran. Because those kind of strikes, like on the petrochemical industry, can really, really harm Iran economically. I haven't seen a Houthi statement yet. We're supposed to get one at any moment. Hold on a second. Hey, Billy Cusack, that's very kind of you. Billy Cusack, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that, Billy Cusack. Give me a moment here. I'm going to need about... thanks, W9BBW, who says, this is crazy. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Trucker1Jim, for being a member, who says, I thought Trump told Israel they should not attack Iran. Thanks, Keith Rob Tex, for your support. Hey, give me about 15 seconds. About 15 seconds. Hang on. It is 8:54 a.m. Israel time. What is going to happen? In the past day, we have seen Israel launch strikes on Hezbollah targets in Beirut, which was a huge deal to Iran. Iran had told them not to do that. Iran then fired missiles at Israel for the first time since the ceasefire began in early April. Then Israel fired missile, and Israel launched attacks on Iran for the first time with missiles. I should say exchange attacks, although the Israeli attack did involve missiles. Yeah, so I think that's fine, actually. Then Iran fired missiles again at Israel, and Israel has also struck an Iranian petrochemical plant. And now what? And through all of this, we have not seen a statement from President Trump. After Iran fired missiles at Israel the first time, he gave several short interviews where he said that he basically said that he didn't want Israel to respond to Iran after Iran fired the missiles. But Israel ended up firing missiles, and President Trump said in these interviews that they were really close to a deal. Do you think we'll hear that? Will the U.S. stop saying there's a ceasefire now? I don't know. Allison Fowler says he is always talking. Why not right now? One of our viewers thought he was in the Situation Room. Who knows what they're talking about behind it all? Oh, Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times says that the petrochemical complex, which Iran is evacuated, has tens of thousands of workers. We told you about that evacuation earlier, that Iran announced it was evacuating this petrochemical zone where there's different petrochemical businesses after a petrochemical plant got attacked by Israel. Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times says that petrochemical complex employs tens of thousands of workers, which makes me wonder if Iran thinks or Israel told them in advance that they're going to attack more targets there. The bearded Texan says, it's good y'all, the ceasefire is holding. I need about 15 seconds again. Hold on. By the way, I want to thank... Oh, I missed Facebook stars. Man, I'm way behind. Kristen McConnell, that was just my fault. Kristen McConnell Gates, Susan Priest Buchner, Michael Fergal, Kay Lowry Body, Dolly Clark, Sandy Zapp, and Marnie Pixley on Facebook. Sorry I didn't thank you before. I hope some of you are still there. That's my fault. Thank you so much for the Facebook stars. Caleb thinks Trump is going to wake up pissed. Hey, thanks to Nonstop Entertainment for being a member as well. Shout out to our moderators who are here. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth, and all of our other moderators on YouTube. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body, Michael Fergal, Paul Anderson's been over there, and our other moderators on Facebook and on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Cerrero, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Shout out to Dolly Clark and Michael Clayton for subscribing on Facebook. Hey, real quick, thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street Shaggy, Susan CHF, Midtown Mike, Naomi Russo, Strong One. Who else is over there? Kendra Fox and some of our other subscribers, Wonder Flicker, Wisco Joe, Seed Music, Anatolian Alt. Wonder Flicker is just watching, but thank you for watching, Wonder Flicker. Moss0341, thanks for subscribing. And while I'm at it, let me thank a couple of our YouTube members, like Unauthorized Nostalgia, RSMK2TB. Thank you. Sarcasm BTC, Groovy Goose, EIM207, Earl Wedlake, Bluebird Softball Cookie. I am Good Goy. CAC813, Don62, Medallion, Sarcasm BTC, Raisin Canes, The Bearded Texan. Thanks. Turned Off. Thanks a lot. Caleb7799. Thanks for being members. Rita R64, Pasta Sasta, Marisol Del Valle, and all of our other members. Oh, and Rita. Hey, thank you so much, Rita R64. That's so nice of you, Rita. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Rita. And Rumzia Besson for subscribing on Twitch, and Kendra Fox for shouting out the mods thanks on Twitch, and Battle Him Finn for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to eat my food and leave the stream going. Where are we? I got to keep an eye on the clock for this broadcast. Let's see. We are at 10:28. Oh my gosh. So what's going to happen is this. I'm going to keep eating. I'm going to eat. But the thing is, here's the issue. When we get to midnight, when we get to 12 hours, I'm going to have to restart the YouTube stream. You want me to start the new stream now? I don't really want to start the new stream while I'm eating. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat, but I have to, when I come back, I have to put the new, I'm going to eat now. But when I come back, I got to put the new stream on YouTube, not on the other platforms, just on YouTube. So we'll do that when I come back. When I come back, we'll restart the YouTube stream. YouTube stream. I haven't seen the Houthi statement yet. I just haven't seen it. What can I say? I haven't seen it yet. So if there's something huge that happens while I'm eating, I'll just rush back in here. Oh, I think we have a statement from the Houthis. The Houthis issued a statement, I think. Al Jazeera said, Ansar Allah military spokesman, we launched a barrage of missiles at sensitive targets in the occupied Jaffa area and achieved their objectives. Is there more to it? I'll have to look up and find it. I thought they had launched one missile, but I don't know. I have to eat. I have to eat. We'll get into this a little later. N12 News says Houthi military spokesman accepts responsibility for launching a missile at a sensitive target in central Israel. I'll let you know more about, I'll have to look up the Houthi statement and maybe we can read it when I come back. I have to go eat. We're not even going to have time. I got to eat and then come back and set and do a new feed. New YouTube stream. They just released a statement on video, but I don't have a translation. The Yemeni Armed Forces released a 3-minute statement. Again, I haven't seen anything else big that they said, so I'm not aware of any major claims they made. Ali BK said, oh, hold on a second. Ali BK says the Yemeni armed forces said something about the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Hold on a second. I'm seeing that Yemen, the Houthis, have announced a complete ban on maritime navigation for the Israeli enemy in the Red Sea. For the Israeli enemy, not for all shipping, I don't think. I don't think for all shipping. Let me see here. I mean, it's different for saying that Israel can't go there. Yes, a ban on, Faytuck's network says it's a ban on Israel in the Red Sea, not on all shipping in the Red Sea. From what I can tell, which are two very different things. Yeah, I haven't seen that they actually said they're closing the Red Sea to shipping for everyone. Yes, they said we announce a complete ban on maritime navigation for the Israeli enemy in the Red Sea. That's what they said. They also said we will respond to escalation with escalation. Yeah, again, everything I'm seeing says they said that they are banning Israeli navigation in the Red Sea, not closing the Red Sea for everybody. That's what I'm seeing right now. I don't even know how much. Does Israel even send ships in the Red Sea? I really have to eat. We're really going to have a tough time with the clock here. This is going to be difficult. Yeah, I've seen no announcement that it's extending to all ships at this point. Just so you know. All right, I'll keep an eye out for what we're hearing. Let me eat and come back. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw something. Give me a moment. Yes. The Houthis said we declare a complete and absolute ban on navigation for the Israeli enemy in the Red Sea. That is not a ban on anybody going through the Red Sea. But I'll have to see if that's clarified at all. Okay, I'm eating now. I'm coming back shortly. Let me put this up. So I got to eat, and we'll come back with more. Okay. So I appreciate very much you being with the stream. I'll keep an eye on things. If there's something super urgent, I'll just run in here. I'll put the volume up, although the volume isn't particularly great on this. And if there's something huge, I'll come back in. Otherwise, I'll see you after I eat. Okay, see you in a few. Hey, I'm not done eating yet, but I interrupted my meal because, excuse me, I interrupted my meal because there's a new early warning, excuse me, new missile early warning for northern Israel. And I don't think I have a Haifa feed. Do I? No. I don't have a Haifa feed, but it looks like northern Israel. So, again, maybe after this missile alert, I will go back and finish my food. But again, this is early warning missile alert in northern Israel. Give me a quick moment here. Early warning. Let me put this on the screen. Hold on. Now, Iranian missiles headed towards Israel. Let me see what else I can find here about this. Again, alarms expected in northern Israel. All right, hold on a second. Again. Oh, could be Tel Aviv as well. We could hear stuff in Tel Aviv. Look at this. Look at this. Early warning area. Early warning area for... What happened here? For missiles. I gotta get the Jerusalem stream up. Where's the Jerusalem stream? Oh, there it is. I have Jerusalem as well. Is Jerusalem in the area? No. Well, maybe. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. We'll wait and see where the alarms are, where the alerts are. They have no sirens yet, as Crystal Ball says. We have early warning detection, but no sirens yet. And I'm trying to find out more here. Again, missiles fired from Iran towards Israel. The areas in red are the early warning areas. No sirens yet. Oh, thanks so much to Nihilist Sapiens. Thank you. Hey guys, here we go. This is northern Israel. So I do not, for now, sirens now in northern Israel. I don't have a Hyphacam. If I did, it would probably disappear anyway. But we are hearing, right now, there are sirens in northern Israel. So that doesn't mean there's all those are missiles. It means that's the range of where one or more missiles could land. Could be one missile for all I know. But again, northern Israel is where the sirens are going off right now. Maybe some coming soon in the Tel Aviv area. So we'll have to see what happens with, I think, are there more alerts now? Are we going to see more alerts get on the screen? Northern Israel so far. Okay, so the early alerts disappeared from the, well, no, nothing disappeared. That's the current map right there. Okay, so it looks like it's getting narrowed down here, maybe because the missiles are getting closer. See how the sirens are narrowing down? I don't know if anything's been shot. Maybe something's been shot down. Maybe something is hit. But those sirens, all right, so the sirens are now only going off here. I don't know what's happened so far. We may see some new sirens shortly. Yeah, this is still the early area here. So again, there were just sirens in the north. I don't know what has happened yet. Let me check something real quick here. Report of a fall in Krayot, says Almag Boker. Possible hit in northern Israel. More sirens now. More sirens. Tel Aviv. I think we're going to hear sirens on the Tel Aviv cam, I think, guys. We're going to hear sirens on the Tel Aviv camera. I believe. I don't think on Jerusalem. Okay, here we go. Sirens in Tel Aviv right now. Sirens in Tel Aviv. The camera's going to zoom in, I think. But this is sirens in Tel Aviv. This feed usually zooms in instead of cuts out completely. Now the siren stopped there. I don't know why. We'll have to see what updates we get. Reports of a possible missile hit in Beirut, Israel. Beirut is near Haifa, a bit northeast of Haifa. So reports of a possible hit there. I'm only seeing a couple sirens here in the West Bank, still a few sirens. Beirut is up here. See, it says Beirut. So possible rocket hit, missile hit there. Oh, is that smoke from an interception? Was that there before? I don't know. I don't know. One of the viewers said they heard some booms on Intel cameras. So, I would think maybe interceptions. I saw a flash, said DMP Music. All right, I'm not seeing any more sirens. Are there early? I'm a little confused. Hey, thank you, Tom Hagen. Thank you so much, Tom Hagen. I really appreciate it. Also, Nihilist Sapiens. Thanks for watching for so long and for your support. Nihilist Sapiens, thank you. And Ellie Lassetti. Thanks for the memberships. Ellie Lassetti, really appreciate it. Thanks, Deja Voodoo, for your support. Deja Voodoo. Dark Sunray, thanks for being a member. Homefront Command says... No, that's not Homefront Command. Nothing from Homefront Command yet. We have not heard that the event is over from Homefront Command yet. C14 News says searches in Kiryat Ata for fear of interception fragments falling, strong explosions in the central area. Trey Yink says smoke rising in the distance after last incoming missile barrage. Thank you, Bunker Buster, for your support. Thanks, Bunker Buster. The event has ended. All right, hey guys. So Homefront Command says the missile attack event has ended. Let me go. I gotta finish my food. Give me a few minutes. I came in early when I was not finished. Steve is finishing his meal break. He'll be back shortly. Let me just go finish my food. Okay, so I'll be back shortly. Okay, we're finally back. We're finally back. Oh, Iranian Foreign Ministry presser, but I think that's going to be in Farsi. I don't think it's going to be in English. Iranian Foreign Ministry presser. Let me see here. I think. I appreciate you being with us. Let me check over there on YouTube. What are we at on time right now on YouTube? I might have to start a new YouTube stream soon. Now, let's check. Yes, I have to in a few minutes start a new YouTube stream because we're at 11:36, and if we hit 12, then the stream disappears, which I don't want to happen. So give me a second. Let me set up the new stream on YouTube. Hold on a second here. What I'll do is I'll set it up so that it automatically sends you over to the new YouTube stream. It'll automatically send you there. So hang on one second here. We got Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Jerusalem had disappeared, but not anymore. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just about ready to do this, but I need to bear with me for a second here. Let me just deal with this. All right, I'm setting up the new stream right now. Just for YouTube, Create. Hang on a moment. There it is. I'm setting up the new stream right now. Schedule stream. Create new. There's that. Okay, so what I'm doing is I just set up the new stream just for YouTube, because I have to restart the YouTube stream. I'll post a link to the new YouTube stream in the chat, but I'm going to program it to send you right over there. You shouldn't have to do anything. You shouldn't have to do anything. You can just sit where you are and be transformed over there. So I just posted a link in the chat. Now with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you redirect. Okay, we should be good to go. Okay, so should we do this now, YouTube viewers? Should we do this now, YouTube viewers? Again, everybody else, you can just stay the same. By the way, let me just listen in on this. Is this in Farsi? Hang on. Yes. The press conference with the Iran Foreign Ministry spokesman is in Farsi. All right, so here's what we're going to do, YouTube. Is In a moment, I'm going to end the YouTube stream, but I've already created the new YouTube stream. It's already on the page. And you don't do anything. You can just sit there. See, there's two streams. This is the current one. That's the new one. But if you just sit there and wait, you'll be sent from this one to the next one. Okay, but I'm not stopping streaming. I just have to end the YouTube one because we're getting close to 12 hours. So in theory, you should be able to sit there on YouTube and get transported to the next one. So it might take me just a second to start the next one as soon as this one ends. All right? All right, YouTube, here we go. Let's hope this works. Let's hope this works. It should work. All right. Yeah, we're at 11:40. So right now, by the way, thanks to Sausage419 and Bunker Buster and Ellie Lassetti, I appreciate that. All right. So right now on YouTube, I'm gonna end the stream only on YouTube, but in just a few seconds after, I will start the new stream on YouTube. Okay? And just sit there and you'll get transported on YouTube. All right. You ready? YouTube, are you ready to end the stream? On three, I'm ending the YouTube stream, and very shortly after, I will start the new one. Okay. 1, 2, 3.